SMS received.
Oh. I'll deal with that later. Sorry, I'm just... I said I was gonna deal with it later, and then, I'm not dealing with it later. It's fine. Hmm. Can I do that? Okay. Yeah, sure, why not? Okay, that should be fine. Alright. Hello, hello, hello. I am Arco SV1. Call me Ark. Anyone who's here should already know that. And I'm gonna slay a fucking princess. Maybe.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
The end of the world? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her.
Do I? But how can a princess locked away in a basement end the world?
Don't linger on the specifics. You have a job.
Sus.
Here. Just get in there and do what needs to be done. We're all counting on you.
Sus as fuck. Do you have any evidence to back this up?
Look, you're already on the path that leads to the cabin. Why would you be here if it weren't to complete a very important task? You've made it this far, you might as well reach the end of your journey.
This is such a cool fucking... like... the way the background moves. Have you considered that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's locked up?
While I appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock. Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up. And before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation. Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end, and there is no changing that. It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything. Unless, of course, you do your job and slay her.
I do not trust you. Killing a princess seems kind of bad, though, doesn't it?
Does it? Are you a monarchist? Is slaying a princess that much worse than slaying a fisherman or a miller or a seamstress? If anything, slaying a princess is much better than slaying a seamstress. Seamstresses contribute something of value to society.
Damn, that's fucked up. Saying princesses aren't of value? How rude. Can I stand unshaken? Well, Doc, I don't know. Can you? You tell me. You tell me, buddy. Can't someone else do this?
Oh, if only that were the case, but I don't make the rules. I have to say, I'm surprised at your reluctance thus far, but unfortunately for the both of us, you're the only one who can pull this off. Like I said, I don't make the rules, no matter how much I wish I did.
Forget it. I'm not doing this.
Are you serious? No, you have to do it.
Nope. Turn around and leave.
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
The only thing that matters is where I'm not going. The cabin. I'm not going to the cabin. I'm actually pretty okay with the world ending. I relish the coming of a new dawn beyond our own. Gonna go walk in the opposite direction now. Yeah.
There won't be a new dawn if the world ends. There'll just be nothing forever.
That's fine.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation than to take part in it.
Yes.
Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Sure, okay. You went straight to the insults, buddy. I don't...
That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
Turn around again and leave again.
You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever.
Good. Maybe everyone should die. That's what they get for dumping me in the woods and asking me to kill someone for them. Or, you're not emotionally blackmailing me into doing this. That one.
Stakes and consequences aren't emotional blackmail. They're facts of life, and if you had an ounce of maturity, you'd understand that.
You're a dick. I understand that.
But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came.
Damn right I do.
Oh, would you look at that? You're at the cabin again. Now, I'm not normally one for superstition or astrology, but I have to say, it seems like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your fated confrontation with the princess.
Oh yeah? Well, I guess I start walking in a different direction. Again. In fact, I'm going to just keep trekking through the wilderness until I find a way out of this place.
Choice. Let me tell you right now that you're making the wrong one for pretty much everyone who's ever lived, as well as for everyone who ever will.
Mm-hmm.
And here we go. As you trudge into the woods, something strange starts to happen. At first, it's little flickers out of the corner of your eyes. Glimpses of familiar wooden structures through the leaves. But as you focus on your surroundings, you start to realize that those flickers weren't just a trick of light. In every direction, there is a path and a cabin. And not just a cabin, the cabin. An infinite fractal of paths and cabins desperately trying to draw you back to where you need to be. Wait, what's going on? But you're too stubborn for that, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can to shirk your responsibility because you care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world.
Yes, that is accurate.
You've doomed us all, you know that, right? But of course you do. Otherwise you wouldn't just wander off into the forest in search of certain death.
Fuck you. I do what I want.
You lose track of just how long you spend aimlessly tromping through the wilderness. But it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it isn't long before the world ends and everyone dies.
Good. Reset. Or Chapter 2. That works too.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
There's a wall. Hi, Moogle. I don't... Those walls weren't here last time. You can't just force me to go to the cabin.
What are you talking about? I'm sure those walls have always been there. It makes sense if you think about it. If there weren't any walls in the woods, someone might have gotten lost. Or, heaven forbid, someone other than you might have stumbled onto the princess.
Uh-huh.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. I don't know. I think it's more fun if he knows what we're thinking. He's like a captive audience. He might have walled off everything but the path to the cabin, but I'm sure there's plenty of other ways we can ruin his day. If by ruining my day, you mean ruining everyone's day forever, then yes, I suppose there are plenty of ways you could pull that off. The world really did end last time, didn't it? We should be careful. For all we know, we just got lucky. The world hasn't ended yet, and you are never going to slay her with that attitude. Stuff those pathetic little voices to the back of your mind and stay focused on the task ahead.
He's so insulting.
You know I can tell when you're lying, right? Please take this seriously. I am begging you. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. If we're stuck going in there, maybe we should believe her. Maybe she isn't a liar. Ignore him. He's just being difficult for the sake of it. Let's keep an open mind.
I don't want to go into the cabin.
The cabin interior is wrong. A confusing
Hang on.
many cabin interiors, all projected across what's almost the same space. But it's all shifted. An inch here, a foot there, such that the seams are never quite visible enough for the place to make any sense. The only furniture of note is a plain table, its legs all the wrong lengths, its material devoid of feature. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. If he wants us to take it, maybe we should just leave it to collect dust, or better yet, grab it and throw it out the window. What good is a knife against a world-ending monstrosity anyway? No, we're taking the knife. Have you seen this place? We have literally no idea what to expect and no idea what we're dealing with. I've already told you what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a princess. How many times do I have to explain this incredibly simple and straightforward premise?
Right?
You can't just say that. But when everything here is so wrong. Listen to me. My job is to describe facts as facts and to guide you through your job, which is to slay the princess and through that action, save the entire world.
Weird.
And if you're going to slay her, you cannot let fear creep into your heart. You cannot lose yourself before you even get to her. Oh, ho, ho, ho! You've piqued my interest. What's going to happen if we lose ourselves? Nothing, because you're going to pull yourself together. Just ignore the stressful geometry and stay calm. How? Even if we closed our eyes, you're constantly describing it to us.
Right?
I'm not going to stop doing my job, so you're just going to have to get better at yours. And quickly, if you don't mind. Yes, take a deep breath. I'm all for getting under his skin, but we'll miss out on loads of fun if we shrivel up into a ball and go insane the first time we see something weird.
It is quite stressful
What you're seeing
geometry.
here is obviously real. Just accept it and go with the flow. It really isn't hard. Okay, I'm fine. Good. Now, whenever you're ready, we're all waiting for you to complete a very important task.
You didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall.
Ooh, we should look at ourselves. Wouldn't that be fun? You won't be looking at yourself because there isn't a mirror. There's the table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here.
There's a
There's
mirror
definitely a mirror.
right there.
There isn't. You insisting it isn't there just makes me want to look at it even more.
Doesn't matter.
It does matter. Don't you care if we're being lied to? If he's willing to lie about something as innocuous as a mirror, what else is he hiding from us? I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes.
Oh.
There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror even do? Let you waste time preening yourself instead of doing what needs to be done.
Where'd it go?
But there was a mirror a second ago. And now it's gone. You know that taking the mirror away from us isn't going to change things, right? We'll find it again, and then we'll see whatever it is that you don't want us to see.
No, he took it away. Bad narrator. Let's grab the blade.
You take the blade from the table.
Oh, my hand changed.
It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Eric!
Fine, you took the knife, but you really shouldn't hold it like that. Then how are we supposed to hold it? The other way, thumb at the bottom. Will look much cooler and more serious if we hold it with our thumb at the bottom. It really doesn't matter how you hold the blade, as long as you have it. Just make a choice.
Moogle, could you be a dear and give the lovely Eric Rulesrath a shout out for me?
You switch your grip on the blade. Congratulations. Yes! Isn't this so much better? Okay, fine. You're right. This does look a lot better. It really doesn't matter. Just get on with it and deal with the princess already.
Rulesrath, the homie hosting game-savvy entity for your entertainment needs. With a blend of sports chatter and meme mastery, they're your go-to for laughs and a safe digital haven. Last seen co-oping in Pico Park with Friendo Gaming, but Tales from the Borders of France suggests a solo adventure with a side of storytelling. And all real fiche? Clearly, they're reeling us in with authenticity. Or are they? Tune in, find out, and meme it up. I love Frosty Tools. It's the greatest shout out I've ever seen. I love coming in here. Yeah, Frosty Tools is fucking wild. Well, hello there. Hi, Faye. Weren't you working today? I'm at work. Yeah, that tracks. Look, guys, look. It actually changed. Don't worry, Faye. I may not be entertaining, but the game will be.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a web of branching staircases all built from unidentifiable materials. Nothing here seems to belong, and the closer you examine your surroundings, the more confused you get, your head throbbing with the effort of making sense of this place. None of the stairs even seem to go anywhere, let alone down. The air here has a sickening, almost sludge-like miasma to it, the kind of indiscernible quality that comes from the blending together of everything there is at once. An odour that is simultaneously everything and yet the sum of it all coalescing into a thick, nauseating nothing.
Damn it, Eric.
If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favour.
This is what it feels like doing 20 minutes on a Stairmaster. My gods.
The disquieting collage of tone and personality drags
Oh.
up the stairs.
Guard your ears.
Hello. Hi. What are you doing here? Are you here to kill?
No, thank you. Don't be such a baby. I don't want to do this. Let's just turn around and leave. This feels wrong. This feels like a trap. Like whatever we do, we're gonna die. But we already tried turning around and leaving, didn't we? And he threw up a wall. No way to go but forward. And whatever choice we make, whatever she is, we know one thing for sure. And what's that? That the fate of the world hinges on your success? There'll still be plenty of ways to ruin his day.
Attention. Energy levels critically low.
Ah, hell. Okay. One moment. Ugh. Hello, Luke. How are you doing today? I love trees as emotes. I have to open this monster to comply. Not long been out of bed. Jesus fucking shit. Isn't it like 5:30 for you? I was up at 6 a.m. with the lads playing Sea of Thieves. Well, there's your problem. You were playing Sea of Thieves. Yeah, that's some good shit. Let's see. Let's take the harsh stairs to the left. The better to emulate the Stairmaster experience.
You step to the left. The path is cruel against your feet, the impact of each step sending pulsing vibrations up your legs until there's nothing left in them to feel. The air around you grows cold the further you progress. At first a barely noticeable drop, quickly evolving into a numbing cold. Your toes feel like blocks of ice, your breaths puff out in clouds of condensed vapor. You shudder against it as you continue down the stairway, losing yourself in the bone-deep chill. You slowly lose sense of yourself the further you go. Time disappears, and you can feel yourself begin to untether. Physical sensations dull and then vanish, until the only things experienced are the endless repeating patterns and emotions of the journey, a continuous march forward to a destination long forgotten. Consumption and betrayal, skepticism and blind devotion, rivalry and submission, terror and longing, pain and unfamiliarity. And at the heart of it all, an emotion that can only be described as...
Are you just going to stand there?
What the hell was that? What happened to us? I feel so strange. Like I'm fundamentally different, but also still the same person I was at the top of the stairs. Oh well, that was a trip, but now it's over. Time to get back to our old devilish ways. The princess, eyes bright but otherwise shrouded in darkness, watches you impatiently from the other side of the basement. Don't forget why you're here. And why are we here again? In case you weren't listening, I'm afraid I lost myself on the way down. You're here to... He's just being an ass, we remember. Though I'm still not sure if we should trust you. Let's talk to her for a bit, try and get our bearings. She seems normal.
My toes are cold, but also I need to wash my hair and trim my fringe. But also bare, but also I need to write. But also a bit warm. You know what else is warm? A shower or bath. Eh? You're apparently a threat to the world. I was sent here to slay you.
And do you believe that? Do you think I'm some sort of monster?
Everything you've heard about me is true, and I'm going to lay waste to everything, starting with you.
Oh boy.
As the princess speaks again, it's almost as if she fractures, and where there was once just one of her, there is now another. We can do that? I don't like this. It's those cabins all over again. Can we put her back? You said you'd been here before, right? What exactly happened last time? Does it matter? Yes, it matters. But I'm not going to waste any more time prying out details if you're going to be so irritating about it. It seems to me like you saw something you weren't supposed to have seen. If only you'd listened to whatever words of wisdom you were given in that other reality. But what's done is done, isn't it? Whatever you saw last time unsee it. Whatever thoughts weaseled their way into your head, unthink them. If it's not already too late. You have a job to do here, and you need to do it now. Ooh, new plan. Let's see if we can make even more of her.
Oh. Oh, that's 3 options at once. You know... Well, get ready to look at this for 2 minutes because the ad is about to start. And I'm not gonna snooze one this early, sorry. This is fucking wild. Alrighty. The ad has not begun yet.
Announcement.
There it goes.
Have begun. Please stand by.
You know, it turns out I really needed this stretch. So that's something. I've managed to make my room a whole degree Celsius cooler. Love that. Wonder how long that'll last. Yeah.
Ads have now ended. Thank you for your cooperation.
Yeah, Faye, I think you're right. It's only gonna get hotter. Yeah, that sound was me sitting down. It's a good sign, right? What's your name?
You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really. No, I don't need a name.
My name is whatever hushed whispers follow in the wake of my devastation.
Oh boy. If I let you out of here, what are you gonna do?
I don't think what I'd do really matters, does it? I could tell you that I'd lead a quiet life in the woods, or that I'd open an orphanage, or that I'd do any other number of good things that I'm sure you think you want to hear. Besides,
You already know what I'm going to do.
Not a single real answer. At least aside from Miss Blood and Destruction, it's infuriating, isn't it? Whose buttons are there for us to press? Whose skin is there for us to get under? Not exactly how I'd put it, but I don't disagree. There must be something we can do. Asking questions just seems to make things worse. I don't think we're going to be able to put her back. Kind of hurts to think about it, doesn't it? It's like everything we say just multiplies her. It certainly looks that way, so please, for the love of everything, stop asking her questions and stop stalling. You're obviously just making things worse.
Well, now I need to ask you another fucking question.
And what's
more of
that
you now.
supposed to mean? Are you trying to get under my skin? It must be fear creeping into your heart.
You know you can't stop me.
Do you need help? Not that there's much I can do while chained up like this, but I'm the only one down here. So if you need anything, I'll do my best.
She fractures again. I don't like where this is going. Neither do I, which is why you need to slay her now before things get more complicated than they already are. How would we even do that? Where would we start? You would always start by stabbing her. Which her? Any of them. I don't know about you, but I'm sure glad we took that knife with us. I can't believe someone suggested you toss it out the window. Can you imagine? Okay, this was fun for a bit, but we can't even really interact with her, can we? What's the point of asking questions if all we're going to get is a million answers? Can't even follow what's going on anymore. We need to get out of here. This whole place is making me itch.
Thank you for the alert, Moogle. And yeah, Eric, if it helps, I'm pretty sure this is the creepiest that this game gets. Hopefully. There are some paths that I most certainly have not seen, and I'm going to attempt to see them. Let's ask one more question.
What, like you need me to hold your hand and tell you everything's okay? You're not really cut out for this, are you? Why are you even here?
Rude.
We're probably stuck down here forever, aren't we? There's no way out, and barely a way in.
Depressed.
Sometimes I feel like I'm being pulled apart too. It's so terrifying down here. But at least now you're not alone. And I'm not alone either. I don't remember what it was like before I was in this place. Why would I know what happened to you?
Apathetic.
Oh, I thought they would send something better to deal with me. If the stairs managed to chew you up,
I will devour you.
Disturbing. Who watching it is just what happened to Happy Saturdays. Is it Saturday?
Wait, that's not right. Go on. You take a step forward. Your foot lands, but it lands different. You experience
that's
a firm footfall, a gentle tread, a confident stride. You can feel yourself rupture. The room spins, your perception multiplying in a sickening kaleidoscope as your very self is pulled in incomprehensibly many directions. All at once,
Oh boy.
knife aiming to slay the princess just as you strike at her bindings and leave her to languish alone. Is this what the end of the world looks like? What an unbearable mess. But this... we can't... Do you not have anything witty to say? I could use a good bit of wit right now. No, I don't, because this isn't fun. How are we supposed to have fun if everything is happening at the same time? It's the same as nothing happening, and nothing is excruciating. Luckily for all of us, nothing and everything doesn't go on forever. The world and the princess collapse in on themselves before it all falls apart.
Oh, the fade out.
I think he's gone.
That was so good.
We were never going to salvage this, were we?
What happened to us? What are we? There are parts of us that are dead, and others, they just don't fit.
I take it back. That's the creepiest.
We can feel them moving around in spaces they don't belong. It's all so uncomfortable. Did you do this? Did we do this? Can you pull us back apart? Can you fix us?
Oh, I hate
We
that.
should help her. I think we did this. How surprisingly sincere. I didn't actually think our actions had consequences. It's a little late for regret, isn't it?
Please.
Ugh. It's going to be okay. I'll do my best. I don't think you're supposed to be fixed. No, you destroyed everything. I'm not going to fix you. I'll do my best. Cool. But you don't know if she had the chance to hear your reply. She's gone, replaced with something else.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
I don't know where she went, and I don't know how we'd even go about looking for her.
You're right. She's gone. It's just us and that awful thing. Then what the hell are we supposed to do?
The narrator is gone.
He is. Does that mean the world ended? Again, what the hell are we supposed to do?
I think I'm supposed to look at the mirror.
There's something dreadful about it. I don't think you should. No. Don't do that.
Approach the mirror.
I'm begging you, don't do this.
The mirror never scared you before.
It's different now. It feels... I don't know. Final.
You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone, but the mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it. It's you. You are alone in a place that is empty. It is quiet here. Proceed to the cabin. You are at the cabin. Approach her.
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
What are you?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
Solitary lights? What do you mean? What do you think I am? I don't know what I am, or I'm a person. Let's explore.
Thoughts without connections. A dim and nascent network. I wish to be more.
What do you think I am?
I think that you are like me. We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
The gift of a fragile vessel?
Yes, nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond, perspectives to make my own. These ones are a contradiction, a winding kaleidoscope of paths and walls. They are stretched into a shape not unlike me, but it is a shape they cannot hold. I am sorry that you met this vessel so early in your journey, but they will make for a rich and vibrant heart. Do not mourn them, for they will finally get to know themselves.
Is this the end of the world?
How can the world have ended if we are talking?
That's a good point. Let her out of there.
I'm sorry. There are some changes that can never be undone. There are some tears that can never be unshed. This is not a place that can hold a fragment of a concept. The moment she arrived here, she was going to return to me. I promise that it doesn't hurt.
Do you know the narrator?
You are the only thing I have ever known. The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us.
Are you what sent me to slay the princess? Are you what trapped me here?
I have only just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free.
Do you know about the worlds beyond this place?
I know only that they are.
Are you the princess?
She is part of me, and part of me is her.
Were you always the princess, or are you just making her a part of yourself?
You speak in circles. Does it matter where one thing begins and another ends?
Do we know each other?
You are familiar, but you are not me. I feel sadness, longing, hope as I witness you.
Destroy your body. You raise your will to end your life, but as it buries into the space your body should be, you feel nothing at all. One of the many hands in front of you reaches forward and gently touches the side of your face.
There's nowhere for you to be but here.
Attack the entity. Your will cuts across the entity in front of you, but nothing happens.
My roots burrow in an ocean beyond your sight. We cannot harm each other as we are now.
So what happens now?
Nothing, as we are. But I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to. Bring me more perspectives, so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom.
Aren't you scared that I'll find a way to kill you?
I have not lived. I am not afraid to die.
How much will I forget?
Everything, until we meet again.
How many more pieces of you do I have to find?
More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home.
God damn it, Eric! This is a serious moment, damn it. Having 6 boobs would seem great, but imagine the back pain. It's okay, she's got like 3 backs. I can't take anything serious, I'm sorry. Do not be sorry. That was amazing. Thank you. Oh, gods. I appreciate you so much. Oh. And what if I don't let you do this to me?
Then we will be here forever, as we are now. Unfinished, dry, hollow.
I was sent to slay the princess to stop her from destroying the world. If I help you, is that what you're going to do?
You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape, to remold.
You're being semantic. What are you going to do if I help you?
How can I know? I am flickers in something sprawling and unilluminated.
I'm not going back.
If you need time, then I'll wait with you.
Wait forever.
You are as I am now, and forever is a long time to remain undone. I am not you, but I know that I would return before forever was finished. What textures will you weave for yourself to occupy forever? Will you place the images of you and I into a box for safekeeping? If you close that box, will you become another you in another world? An imaginary pattern repeating itself until it can no longer bear the weight of its hand-drawn cage. You'll always come back to the box, because you'll always want to know what it means to be you. I will be here waiting by your side until you're ready to return to mine.
Oh. Oh. Hold up. The game just straight up fucking closed. What? Okay, hold on. It just straight up closed. That's wild. I'm not gonna lie, I got so distracted by the boobs, I just noticed the arms. Oh my god. It took a minute or two. I need a long-ass vacation or a whole lot of napalm. Porque no los dos? That's a powerful NPC right there, right? Oh, Salamence. I'm starting the game back up. What the fuck? It straight up just closed on me. That's fucking insane.
You have returned to me. Though you were gone mere moments, I never left your side.
Attempt to outwit your destiny. Achievement. Love that. Okay. Okay, make me forget.
She asks that I tell you to remember her. You won't.
Damn. Everything goes dark, and you die. Chapter 1, The Hero and the Princess.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Okay. I can't turn around and leave. Okay. Silently continue to the cabin.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Sure he doesn't. Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Okay. Okay. I hear what you were saying. But are you sure you're not full of shit? Hi, Rusty.
Don't.
Nope. What the hell? What did I do? Did I skip something somehow? I'm here to save you.
How many times do I have to tell you how dangerous letting her out of here would be before it finally sinks in?
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever. Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone? I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever. I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
Don't do it. If she gets out of those chains, we're all one step closer to the end.
Says you. Boss just out of nowhere said, "We're gonna start doing drugs in here." Oh, and you want me to come work there? Oh, God. Balls, he is joking. I'm sure he's joking about the drugs, until he's not. And he goes, damn, that was actually a really good idea. Let's start doing drugs. Alright, everyone, first round of meth is on me. Oh, God, I'm funny. I just told him I need either a long vacation or lots of napalm. Yep. All of this tracks. Oh my gods. It's fucking beautiful. Let's see. So he looked at Karen and said the other. We're gonna start doing drugs in here. Nope. I'll call back later. I'll see what I can do. Examine the chains.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
That wolf from Bath. Your phone is gonna get wet. I'm gonna check upstairs. Maybe the key's still lying around somewhere up there. And if not, maybe I can at least find something to break you free.
Okay. I'll be here. Good luck.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place. Is someone else here?
Oh. Hey, let me out of here.
Shouts and pleas are met with silence. I'll repeat myself once again. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
Try the door.
Try the door, but it's locked from the outside.
Phone is outside bath. I am in bath. Hair be conditioning. Valid. Return to the bottom of the stairs.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
Well,
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates before raising her
oh,
arm,
gods.
her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf.
What a face.
As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
Oh, God. Save the princess.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place. You cut into her flesh. The blade is
Announcement.
sharp, and it takes
Ads
little
have
effort
begun.
to
Oh.
cut through the
Please
bone
stand
of her
by.
arm.
Ads have started. Whoops. Everything is paused. It is fine. Everything is fine. I'm gonna stand and stretch. Everyone else should also stand and stretch. Except for Faye, because Faye is at work. She's probably doing plenty of standing and stretching as is. This is an awkward image to be just kind of frozen on. Yeah. This is great. Her bones are fragile as fuck. Oh. It certainly does seem that way, doesn't it? I don't even know if you can hear me right now. I think you're in an ad. Welp. Oh. Remember to stretch, everyone. It's good for you.
Ads have now ended. Thank you for your cooperation.
All right. Ads are over. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. And yes, her bones are indeed fragile as fuck. Or so it appears. Makes you wonder though, if her bones are that fragile, how is she gonna destroy the world or whatever? Looks like she needs a hand. Hi, Navi.
Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit. She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal. No, she didn't. She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground. How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
She has blood on her mouth.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Approach the locked door.
No.
I feel like she could just broken her hand to get out.
The stakes are too high. You can't
Yeah?
just let her escape into the world. No. I can't just let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
Dick?
What are you doing?
Warn her.
Stop that.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect. Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
Resist.
Move the blade. As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
We both know this isn't you.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What are you doing?
I like my hands.
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
She plunges it into your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony. But you aren't dead yet.
Oh no! I'm so sorry.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake. For her sake? Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone. Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
Ow.
I'm sorry.
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she? Apparently not, though it doesn't matter how sloppy her knife work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
I'm so sorry.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks. It can't just end like this, right? Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Chapter 2. The Damsel.
You're on a path in the woods.
Hi, Cian.
The path is a cabin.
How you doing, buddy?
And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Wait, hasn't this happened or already happened? Just checking in to say hi to everyone.
Or if it has, I certainly haven't been a part of it.
Love you, buddy.
Just met for the first time, you and I. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Yes, he didn't approve of us last time, did he? If we're going to save our beloved,
Oh, gods.
we have to be sneaky about it.
This guy.
Our beloved? Yes, you'll have to be very sneaky about your intentions if you're going to try and save the princess. Ah, so all of the cards are on the table. Then you should know that we and the princess are in love, and the four of us will be foiling any and all assassination attempts you've got in the works. We'll see about that. Whatever you do, just be sure to ignore him specifically. It sounds like he's the sort who'd sacrifice the whole world for a peck on the cheek. What can I say? A world without love is a world that isn't worth saving.
Let's assume I'm telling the truth and all this really did already happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother doing anything?
Those are two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. If you're back here, I'm assuming you died, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me. You were the one who did us in, villain. Well, not you in the literal sense, but you did everything you could to stop us from rescuing her. Oh, I wonder why. Maybe it's because the entire world was at stake. No lone princess is worth that price. I beg to differ. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just going to take a deep breath and assume that whoever is making the decisions here has the common sense to ignore your protestations. Anyway, I believe your second question was, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. You forced the princess to kill us, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me. Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely? If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died? Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would? She would never. She's a perfect angel that you cruelly imprisoned as part of some convoluted, dastardly scheme. Convoluted? I don't know how this premise could be any more simple. Princess bad, stop her, save everyone.
I'm with them. I'm gonna find a way to save her from that cabin.
That's right, you can't stop all of us. We're going to sweep her off her feet if it's the last thing anyone does. Are these really the sorts of people you'd like to align yourself with? You're not at the cabin yet. You still have plenty of time to reflect on the situation. I just hope for all our sakes that you make the right call.
I can turn around and leave. Hang on. I can actually leave now. Interesting. Let me just go there. Don't look at anything there. I just want to save that so I can come back to that if I want to. Does that interest me? Proceed to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. We already told you we're not playing along with your little game. It's your lies that can't be trusted. Her beauty is the only thing in the world we can believe in. I think we've already been over this. I'm pretty sure he just likes the sound of his own voice. I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed. Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet. Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead.
I'm pretty sure he just likes the sound of his own voice. I do. Proceed into the cabin. Beautiful.
The interior of the cabin is clean and elegant, its stone walls draped in fine threaded tapestries, a prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
You didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall, or... Let's start here. This whole cabin is different than last time.
Very different. Is it? I can't say I was paying much attention to the scenery last time around. Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess. So focus up. Stop letting yourself get distracted.
You didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall.
That's because there isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. I'm sure the princess would tell us there was a mirror if she were up here. In which case she'd be lying to you because, again, there isn't a mirror.
Why would you lie about that? What's the point? Or, I want to look at myself. I want to see how handsome I am.
That's a great idea. We have to make sure we're looking our best before we save her. We shouldn't waste time preening, but if he is lying about the mirror, it might be important. I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would it even do?
Approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny.
Wipe the mirror clean.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. But it was there a second ago. And now it's gone. Pity. We could have a feather out of place, and now we'll never know. We can't gallantly sweep her off her feet if we have a feather out of place.
Enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight. But it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Her voice, it's somehow even more beautiful than last time. I can hear wedding bells already. I've held my tongue till now, but you're taking this a little too far. We barely even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this over-the-top fawning. Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall. My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment. You know she can't hear you, right? She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my spirit. Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
It's you, my dashing hero. I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
Did you hear that? She said we're dashing. And she called us a hero. Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it? Waiting for you to come back. I didn't want to believe your ravings back in the woods, but this is next to incontrovertible evidence. You've been here before. That's right, villain, and you killed us. Well, she killed us. Only because he made us try and kill her. It was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty. And you've died before. So an entire world has been damned to oblivion.
That's fine.
I really hoped I'd be the first, but what's done is done. What matters is you have a chance to do it right this time. Now, hold on. If she actually ended a world, are you sure we want to do this? Are you sure we want to rescue her? We never saw a world end, and now I'm even more certain that we must chase our heroic and romantic destiny than I've ever been. I shan't let anyone convince us otherwise. Are you listening to him? He's lost it. Don't let him distract you. Just do your job.
Moogle, did I reply to you? I did in my head, but I don't recall if I did out loud. Huh. Oh, I don't even have an option to slay. I mean, granted, I don't have the knife. That's interesting. Sorry about what happened last time. The narrator who sent me here to kill you took over my body. It was extremely unfair.
If another version of me was pushed to such drastic action, it was for good reason.
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
She took that in stride. To a surprising extent. An almost unsettling extent, actually. That's because she's perfect. Do you think she has someone like him telling her what to do? She doesn't. There's no one else like me. I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him, always trying to drive her to violence.
Hey, Green. Moogle has returned clean and slightly shorn. This is very much a different basement. And it is going. Fair warning, this is technically a horror game. And there were some gruesome parts. See, rescue the princess.
Rescue her? What are you talking about? Did you forget that she's a world-ending monstrosity? And even if you wanted to unleash her onto the world, despite the complete moral disaster that would be, you'd have to get her out of those chains. Good luck with that. Don't you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her out with ease.
Oh, this game.
She's
Well,
a prisoner
yep.
here.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just slip her hand through the chains. If her hand could just slip out of the chains, why hasn't she done it already? Because we've yet to present her with her freedom. I'm not sure I follow. Would you rather believe me, a passionate heart guided by love and my own good nature, or would you rather believe the devil on your shoulder who tells you what you can and cannot do? I think I'd rather believe in facts. Ah, so you're one of those empiricists. One of us has to be. Then let me show you a brand new truth. Narrator, we courageously step forward and free our beloved from her bindings. No, I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, You'll what? Take over our body and force us to try and kill her? I would if you had a weapon. Not on my watch, villain. My passions contain titanic depths, and if you try anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought. You wouldn't. I would. I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings. And doesn't the world end if we don't stop her? You approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand from her bindings. That shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned. We're doomed. I can't believe it. But I guess I have to. I told you, there's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace. Ugh. If only you had a weapon, one slip of the wrist and your pristine blade would be buried in her back, and everyone out there would be saved. Luckily for Mr. Romance, we don't have a weapon. Who needs a weapon when we have the power of love on our side?
What do we do now?
What do you want to do?
Let me guess. End the world? Spoken with the rank cynicism of someone who has never felt love in his heart.
I love how you kept saying, this is the worst it gets. And then something happened to you. Listen. I thought it was the worst. I was wrong.
I don't actually know. Nobody's ever asked me what I wanted before.
She doesn't even know what she wants.
Look
You
at her.
know,
Look at that
what-
face.
What if this whole thing is just a misunderstanding? What if she doesn't want to end the world?
You can't be mad at that face.
You're so gullible. Is the only thing you've ever doubted the actual truth?
I think I want to leave. And I think...
The princess closes her eyes in deep reflection. And then she shrugs.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
It can't get worse. She starts chewing her arm off. Listen. Remember, kids, it can always get worse. I want you to tell me what you
I
want.
just want to make you happy.
Oh,
Just want to make us happy. It makes sense to me. That's all I want for her, so of course she'd want the same for us.
but what would make you happy?
I just want to make you happy.
Is she broken? What's going on? What's going on is she's lying to you, only she isn't a good liar. Are you starting to trust me now?
But you need your own thing. You just met me. You can't base your entire happiness around me.
Okay, if that's what makes you happy.
Oh. Okay.
This isn't right. I don't know what's going on, but this isn't right. I fail to see the problem here. She's just sweet on us. You don't have to act like it's a big deal.
You have to want something more than just making me happy.
Okay, I'll find something else to want if that makes you happy.
Is
Jesus.
it just me, or does it feel like we're alone right now? Like we're the only ones here?
If Rye gets any more anime, it's gonna make her head explode. You don't get the chance to ask another question. Nor will you ever. It's time for you to leave. Memory returns.
No. She was our perfect match. She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
This girl is uncomfortably relatable as a broken-ass people pleaser to me. Rip. Oop. Yep. It's going to be okay. Just trust me. We've been here before. And you always get scared.
But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything. Yes, I fear that we won't like what we'll see. What if we just sit here and preen for a while? That can't hurt, right?
I'll see you on the other side. It's gonna be okay.
Okay. If you say so. We'll trust you. She'll be there waiting for us. I just know it.
Approach the mirror. You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You've grown. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. You are at the cabin. Approach her.
Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
Are you the same being as you were before? How much has changed?
Announcement. Ads
As a
have begun.
child, the same
Please
as an
stand by.
infant.
Shit.
I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same.
Well. Everyone stretch. Back to the hair dimension. Oh, Green's probably not hearing me right now. That's unfortunate. I hear you. Okay, good. I figured you'd be in an ad. I'm glad you're not. Yeah. It's not exactly hair, though. I hear everything. Good. Anyway. That's, those are hands. Hey. Mildly disturbing, not gonna lie. I guess the background does actually look like hair as well. I appear to be free of ads? Oh, that's good. It still says the ad break is in progress, so I'm gonna wait until that says it's done before I continue, just in case. This game is so weird.
Ads have now ended. Thank you for your cooperation.
Alrighty. Everything you say feels like a riddle. Can you give me a single straight answer?
I'm sorry. Words are difficult for me.
Relatable.
They never fully weave what I wish to say.
Also relatable.
If you do not like my answers, then you need not ask me questions. The vessels you choose to bring me carry far more meaning than anything words could say in the spaces between.
What does it feel like to change it like this? She's only got 2 boobs this time. Exactly. But they're very, poorly drawn. They're like a sketch of boobs. And, the rest of the body as well. Oh. Yep. This is the level of humor that you can expect from me.
Eyes close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together. It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward.
Let's see. When this is all done, do you know what you want to do?
With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am, and what I am is different from what I was. I cannot tell you what desires I will hold when I have changed. But in this moment, all I want is to know myself and to know you.
When I go back, it's as if an invisible wall closes around me. Why can I not do the same things I've done before?
Those paths lead to worlds you've already seen, and to perspectives I have already made my own. They are useless to us now, inaccessible. The only paths of value are those that are yet untread.
You have been kinder to me than anyone else I've met. Thank you.
Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
What do you want me to bring you next time?
Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them. My joy is in seeing what you choose. There are no wrong answers, and every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets.
Do you have any thoughts on this vessel?
This one is soft and delicate. You molded her to love you, and she'll make for a gentle heart. Do not mourn her. She has served her purpose.
The phrase, "you molded her to love you," is disturbing on many levels. I'd love to see her and Doc could talk themselves into a logic loop for eternity. Oh, yeah. Can you imagine Doc just having an actual conversation with this lady? Oh, no. So you don't have any preferences on how you'd like to change or grow?
My preference is for you to show me what you would like me to see. I cannot know the ways I wish to grow, for I have yet to feel them. It is you who guides me down the thin trail of perspective and memory.
I don't want to hurt you, but the more times I go back, the worse I fear things will be.
The vessels are shaped by memories of you, but they are drawn to the edge of the long quiet. To them you are a gate to something more, and you are something more than that, too. But they are only thoughts and perspectives. They are not me. The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before. I would be alone and without sensation. I could not feel the joy of having you by my side, for I would not know your absence.
How many more vessels do I need to bring you?
If I am to be an ocean, you have nurtured me into a pond. My waters are shallow and murky, and I yearn for more perspective. You will have your rest in due time, and I am sorry for the burdens I place on you.
I don't think I'm gonna kill her. Maybe I will. I'll try saying this.
There is still much to be seen. Neither of us know the depths of our being. Perhaps at the end of this, I will be the one to kill you. Or perhaps we will leave this place together and find new horizons to discover.
I'm ready to go back.
I will long for your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
Startles me a little bit every time. Bring the deconstructed damsel to her.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
The Earth is a Dorito. Princess, Doritos are a flavor to be explored just like the Earth. They are a gift. Doc eats Doritos and somehow hurts himself, probably. Yeah, that tracks. That makes 100% sense. I can definitely see that happening. Oh, okay. Thanks for telling me what to do.
Mention it. It's all part of the job.
Sam! Hello!
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Moogle, are you okay? Sam, how do you do with horror again? I don't recall, but I feel the need to warn you. This is technically a horror game. I mean, Sam! Brain fart. All good. Alright.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is
Horror is
stale and
fine.
musty, and the
Good.
floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Alright. I'm going to listen to the narrator for once.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
Enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Sounded kind of sultry. Continue down the stairs.
Good. You're still listening to reason.
She sounds hot.
And lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world? Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Steel your nerves and step forward.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me? I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Okay.
You lunge forward without a moment's hesitation. You feel flesh easily give way and look down to see your blade already sinking deep into her heart.
Oh. This is it, isn't it? I'm almost embarrassed. I should have seen that coming. But I have to wonder, do you actually believe this was enough to kill me?
It's like she's convinced she can't die. Yes, even as she lays there dying, she entirely believes herself to be alive and well.
Splork.
But it's over, isn't it? She stopped breathing moments ago, that arrogant look still plastered on her face. But is it over? Really over?
What do y'all think? Is it over? I don't think it's over. It was too easy.
Over? Don't get all worked up. We should make sure. What's the harm in checking for a pulse? I really don't think you should do that. And why shouldn't we? Is there something you're not telling us? I've told you everything that's happened with complete accuracy. The princess is dead. Your blade pierced her heart. There's no coming back from that.
I wonder if you can kill all the princesses and also not kill all of them. I think there are some that you only get to if you kill the first one. Check for a pulse.
You lean down and place your hand against her neck, holding your breath as you search for a pulse, even though you know you're not going to find one. We definitely won't if you keep talking. I'm sorry, do you want her to be alive? You just saved the entire world from annihilation. Why are you suddenly trying to call that into question? Wait, what was that? You know what that was. That was the sound of a heartbeat, followed by another, and another.
I guess I won't be dying alone after all.
Oh.
Something sharp digs into your side, the shock of it sending your nerves into a pained frenzy. Quick, let's get out of here.
Oh my.
It's too late for that now. You collapse to the ground as the mortally wounded princess twists a blade of her own deeper between your ribs. As you fall, she falls with you, exhausted by
She has sharp teeth.
The little life that was left in her eyes fading rapidly.
An eye for an eye. A life for a life. I guess we're even now. See you around.
You were so close. Why did you hesitate? It doesn't matter. At least you managed to take her with you. For whatever that's worth. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Welp. The razor. Okay.
You're on a path in the woods.
Ripperoni.
At the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Benji, hello. This is a horror game. Fair enough. Like, just so you know. But I already slew the princess. Sure, she also killed me, but I definitely got her. Why am I here again?
I can assure you that you didn't slay her and that she didn't kill you. People don't just spring back to life after dying, and the two of us are meeting for the very first time. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
This whole thing's a crock of shit. She's just going to pull a knife out of nowhere and stab us again.
Stabbed to death? Well, you won't have to worry about that. The princess is unarmed.
Yeah, that's exactly what you told us last time. You said this whole thing would be easy, but after we sank our blade into her heart, she just got up and started stabbing us.
Calm down. I assure you she has no weapons, so there's no reason to fear her. You were made for this job. You'll do just fine.
Huh. Sure, let's go to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
He couldn't be more on the money, but we're really doing this, aren't we? I'd say you're lost, but I'm stuck here with you.
Here, Catch tosses phaser to Benji.
We know to be careful. Just stay focused and you'll be fine.
Why would you give Benji a phaser? What do you mean we were made for this job? Just in case, Green? That's a good question. It's a good question, Moogle.
The interior of the cabin is a jagged mess of warped wood and broken boards, their splintered edges as uninviting as shattered glass. The only furniture of note is a pointed table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
It's set to stun, it's fine. Until Benji finds the settings. You didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall.
That's because there isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here.
Zangoose.
Definitely a mirror. There isn't.
Can you two stop arguing? It's stressful enough in here without all of this extra noise.
I care about whether I'm being lied to.
As do I. I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror even do? Let you waste time preening yourself instead of doing what needs to be done.
Approach the mirror.
You walk up to
BRB?
the wall
Okay.
next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny.
Wipe the mirror clean.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. But it was there a second ago.
Now it's gone. Yet another thing in here playing tricks on us. I hate this place.
Take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
It feels a bit better to have a weapon in our hands. Let's make her hurt for what she's done to us.
Enter the basement. Welcome back. You caught the Zangoose.
Revealing what must once have been stairs. The fractured slats look as if they've been torn from their source and violently jammed into the wall. The air seeping up from below has an almost metallic quality to it, like the smell of fresh blood. And you can hear what sounds like the rhythmic scraping of metal coming from down below. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favour.
That's right, scraping. I told you she has something. I told you.
Ruh-roh.
That sound could be anything. It's probably just her chains dragging across the floor. I am begging you to get out of your head. Her grating voice carries up the stairs.
I hope you've come to rescue me. I've been stuck down here forever.
There is something so wrong with that voice.
Yeah, she thinks she's better than us, like she doesn't even have to put on an act this time.
As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view, her sharp eyes following you from across the room. I wonder if she remembers us.
Finally, somebody! Quick, get me out of these chains. We're not safe here.
Come on now, we're not falling for that, are we? She's trying to trick us, but she can't hide that threatening edge to her voice. She just wants us to get close, to let our guard down.
If she sounds threatening, it's because her mask is already slipping. She knows why you're here. You are armed, after all.
What are you waiting for? You are here to rescue me, right?
I'd like to trust you, but you're being so suspicious right now.
That's so rude of you, passing judgments on strangers you've never met just because they're different from you. How would you like it if I did that, huh? Silly little bird-face thinks he's so serious coming down here but doesn't know anything. Thinks he can tell me to get rid of all the knives I don't even have while he gets to wave one around right in front of me. I bet you didn't like that, did you? I bet you didn't like being judged for no reason.
It is terribly cursed.
I have absolutely zero doubts that she is going to stab us if we get close to her.
She certainly feels threatening. Just because she's acting like she's going to stab you doesn't mean she has the means to actually do it. But you know who is armed? You. So stop second-guessing yourself and do your job. But I'm nervous.
Relatable.
All the more reason to jump into the deep end and deal with her right now before you waste any more time getting stuck in your head.
If I come close to you, you're just gonna stab me, aren't you?
What? No, I wouldn't stab you. I am just a sweet, innocent princess trapped here for no reason. And you are a brave knight who's supposed to walk up to, not stabbing distance to help me.
How many more times does she have to vaguely threaten you before you finally decide you're ready to deal with her?
To not stabbing
We're
distance.
still figuring out our angle. We don't have the luxury of watching this from a distance. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you think I'm in a position of luxury right now? You're acting like you are. My entire world is at risk. Then maybe you should behave with a little more humility. A bit of self-deprecation would go a long way. No, I have my dignity. Fine, then we'll continue to treat you exactly how you deserve to be treated.
I live for the byplay between these characters. No, you have a knife. I'll let you out of here if you drop it.
A knife? What are you talking about? I don't have a knife. Where would I keep a knife? And why would I stab you to death? I don't know you. You haven't given me a reason to stab you to death. It would be so silly of me to cut you open and look at your insides.
It's very specific.
I could have sworn we didn't mention stabbing anyone to death. Sounds like she's really out for blood. Fortunately for you, she isn't armed.
Yeah, not armed. No, not at all. Ads are starting soon, but I don't know how soon.
It would be so much easier to prove that I do have a sharp object. I could just show it to you.
but I don't have one, so I can't.
The princess smiles as she pulls her hands from behind her back.
But look at this! Hands! Hands that don't have anything in them to stab you with!
Her smile stretches into an even wider grin as she shakes her sleeves.
And empty sleeves, too! Look at how few stabbing implements I have. It's practically 0.
Practically? Did the princess blow up your game again, or was that a one-off? That was a one-off, I think. It hasn't happened again. This lady is definitely gonna try to stab and kill me. So, that's a thing. To be fair, I did stab and kill her once, but it's just once. And then she killed me back, so, you know, we should be even. There are oh, yeah. In the long quiet, she stopped. Like, I decided to wait. And then I said wait forever. So it closed the game. Our ad's not gonna run? I mean, it's fine if they don't run. I just thought they were gonna run. Oh, there they go.
Announcement. Ads have begun. Please stand by.
There it is. Alright. Everyone get up and stretch. Oh. Oh. I was sitting poorly. My left leg may be asleep. Just a little bit. Oh. Like, not fully asleep, but mostly. Oh. Oof. I did not like that. Oh, man. Oh, the tingling has begun. Oh, the static. The static in my leg. Spoons are being spoons again. The fuzzy ones. Ah! Toes! Static! Fuzzy spoons, yes. Did you reroute power to your legs? The problem is that I accidentally crimped the cables that,
Ads have now ended. Thank you for your cooperation.
The problem is I accidentally crimped the cables that direct power to my left leg, and then, upon standing, I uncrimped those cables, and now power is rushing back to them, and it is very staticky. Oh! Can you get up and jump a bit? No, I'm good now. I'm good now. It stopped. Let's see. But what if you're just hiding it somewhere secret?
I've shown you all of my hiding spots. What kind of princess do you think I am? I would never hide something sharp somewhere secret. Wait, that sounds like I'm lying, but I'm actually not. My secret zones are for me only. They have nothing to do with you or my intention to not stab you to death the second you get close to me.
That's so...
Her smile drops for a moment, her expression sharp and flat.
I assure you, there's nothing hidden there.
Oh boy.
I'm trying to believe her on that one. She seems serious. Of course, but that doesn't mean that she doesn't have something hidden somewhere. We know for a fact she's armed.
She just very seriously said, "There is nothing in my vagina or my butt." Oh, gods. Jump around. Get up, and get down. I mean, we were all thinking it. I don't have the key.
Oh, you don't? Okay, I see. I have an idea. You should come over here and stare directly at the chains. You won't be able to find a key if you don't know what it's supposed to look like, so you better come right within close staring distance just to be sure.
Oh boy.
I think I've said my piece at this point. I think we all have. But if you want to keep exhausting your questions, it beats getting stabbed to death.
I have so many questions for her, though. You know? So... Look, I know that you're mad at me. I trust her. I can see them fine from here. Right? Nobody has to die.
Of course not. At least not now, because you're here to save me. But you'll have to come close. Okay, I'm bored now.
She's bored? That's absurd. She doesn't get to be bored. Not in a way that matters. She's a prisoner. She's... Shit. In a sudden...
Oh, fuck!
The princess leaps towards you, a blade erupting from her free arm, her wrist limp and empty from the violent expulsion. Huh. So I guess she did have a knife of her own after all. How conciliatory of you. We appreciate it, really. Now what are we going to do?
Oh, fuck!
She's still in chains. And those chains stop her from continuing her advance, at least for a moment. She looks down at them with something between annoyance and confusion. And then she slices.
Yep, saw that coming.
Okay, maybe we aren't safe here. She doesn't even hesitate before darting towards you with a terrifying speed you can't hope to outpace.
That is a clean cut.
Shit. Okay, she's down an arm and we still have a weapon. I guess we'll have to use it. And use it you do. But unfortunately for you, and for the entire world, you are horribly outmatched. You keep pace with her for a single brief and wordless exchange before she severs your hand and, with it, your only line of defense.
That is a really sharp sword.
She's better at this than she was last time. Yeah, it's unreal. Bloody cheater.
Look at that smile.
I'm going to kill you now.
Oh, it's my left hand now. The cursor.
She does just that. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Why always the arm and not the chain? I know, right? See, I once accidentally turned my knees off.
On a path in the woods. No, fuck that. If we're gonna have to keep doing this over and over and over again, we're not starting in that goddamn woods every time. We're starting in the fucking cabin. Your what? The interior of the cabin is sharp, a constricting mess of curved and battered sheet metal pushing you towards... Wait, excuse me? What just happened? What did you just do? I feel dizzy. Oh, I guess I took us to the cabin, didn't I? Isn't that interesting? Who holds the cards now? The circle's getting smaller and smaller. Running isn't an option anymore. We have to fight.
What's the point of fighting if she's just going to win every time? It hurts being sliced to pieces. We're better off just sitting up here and doing nothing.
Great, so obviously you've already been here. How many times?
This is our third?
No wonder things have fallen apart. You do realize that every time you fail, she escapes and an entire world is damned to destruction, right? That can't be right. That's too much responsibility.
I couldn't agree more. We couldn't be trusted with the fate of a single person, let alone the fate of the world.
Let's just stay focused, shall we? The only furniture of note is a bent metal table. A pristine blade perched. We take it. Okay, sure, you take the blade before letting me finish telling you it's there. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
I'm not even doing anything.
This feels right. We just have to keep our senses sharp.
That's right, we've got to be able to win eventually. And what if we never do?
So? Are you just going to stand there, or are you going to head to the basement like you're supposed to? I'd love to get started just as much as you would, but how are we supposed to get down there? You walk through the door. You do know what doors are, right? But there isn't a door, it's just that mirror again. There isn't a mirror. You really messed things up, didn't you? It's like you can't even see reality anymore.
Okay, hang on. I once accidentally turned my knees off, and then I got up, and they didn't turn on again. So I tried to walk, and then I was looking up at the ceiling. It was interesting. Interesting is not the word I would use to describe that. She got all Wolverine. No, it's worse. It's worse, Green. It's Deadpool from the Wolverine Origins movie. Yeah. This is twice the princess cut off her arm now. Yeah. Why was the arm and not the chain? It's chapter 3 this time. It is. It is indeed. Oh, fuck, you're right. Yeah, and isn't that so much worse, Green?
I can feel the air coming up from behind it, stinking of iron and steel. He might be right. It could be a trick. If our other senses can't feel it, then we can't trust it.
We'll approach the mirror.
You make your way to the door at the end of the room, stopping just in front of it. You really must think you're looking at a mirror. Well, it doesn't exist. Just reach forward and open it.
Let's just move it out of the way without looking. I don't want to see us. I'm sure we all look awful after dying twice.
Let's just fumble for the handle and be done with it. I don't care what we look like. I care about getting to the end of this mess.
I think the most interesting part about this is that we got 2 voices out of that one instead of just one.
You reach forward and place your hand on the door to the basement. It creaks open.
It's a fucked up door.
And the mirror's gone. How surprising. It was never there. Just an illusion. Guess it's time for us to see her again. Just stay focused and you'll be fine.
I doubt that.
You step forward, but you don't get a chance to linger on the basement stairs. They are smooth and flat and metallic, an unintentional and unfortunately slippery ramp that quickly sends you skittering to the bottom. Your body tumbles onto the basement floor and the form of the princess comes into view, standing at a distance.
She's very angular.
A smile.
Very angular.
Hi. It looks like you don't have a way out, so I'm not going to play dumb anymore. But don't worry about how bad you did last time. That's part of the fun.
Oh my.
Fun for her, maybe. I didn't like dying all over again. Thinking about dying makes us as good as dead. The only thing that matters is survival. Actually, does survival matter? We've died twice and nothing bad has come of it. We just need to find a way to win once. Nothing bad has come of it yet. Plenty bad has come of it. You've left
Hey,
one
beautiful.
entire world
Looking
to ruin.
sharp.
The people there mattered.
Fuck.
The past isn't real.
At least
There's
the narrator
only
sort of
here
leaves us this
and
time.
now.
Yeah.
Your internal big
Oh,
cut short
boy.
by a wet sound of slicing meat. From the princess's arms erupt twin blades, glistening with her blood, the empty flesh of her arms flopping at her elbows like torn sleeves. The chain clatters to the floor.
Well, that's not great.
She's loose, and she is coming for you.
You're going to make me walk over to you, aren't you?
Shit. She's coming for us and I'm out of ideas.
Maybe? We should be? Hopefully? Okay. As soon as I realized it was disconnecting, I did pause it, or well, I stopped the autoplay. What did you pick? Fight. I said we're fighting. Yeah. Now get her. Exactly. Let's go. Oh well. You're up. Maybe we'll win. Or see, but that's the brilliance of it all. She doesn't think we have it in us to win. I'm done explaining myself. I'm going to stab her now. That one.
Yeah, no more moping. We're gonna fight her, and we're gonna win. Blade poised to strike, you charge the princess.
Oh, so you do want to fight, huh? Okay. Yes, I love this. Try to stab me. Try to stab me and see what happens.
Here goes. We can make this work.
Faye,
Yes, if we pay attention.
things are getting gory.
And what if we don't? You and the princess exchange a flurry of blows, and you manage to narrowly avoid death several times. Till finally you see it. An opening. It's a trick. Don't take it. No, screw that. Ours. Ours. I called it. It's ours, and we're taking it. And you do take it. But as you close in, yet another blade erupts from the princess. You have no time to react before you feel it sliding through your ribs. A trick. I knew it. I told you to be careful of tricks.
Wow.
From where? From her knee, apparently.
What?
Oh, too slow.
Oh, that's bullshit. Bloody unfair. Unfortunately, for the sake of the world, fair doesn't factor into this. Another of her blades comes slicing up to finish the job. She skewers you. Ow.
Ribbons! I'm going to make you ribbons. This is so much fun and I want to celebrate.
I don't know why, but this reminds me of that Rick and Morty bit where the guy with swords for arms and legs is being interviewed. Probably because she has swords for arms and legs. Got Subway and Eileen's cookies. Ooh. Ooh. She's Knife Bones McGee. So you're now Bob Shish Kebab. Yes. That might be the connecting factor. Yeah, maybe, potentially. Who knows?
Worked if we just stabbed her harder. Oh, a new one of us. I thought that only happens when we die. Did we die? You're on a... No, you're in a... Where the hell are you?
I think we're dead, and that's all we'll ever be.
It looks like our oracle's holes in it.
Dead,
God damn it.
dead.
Stop saying dead, all of you. We might have died a second ago, but right now we're extremely not dead. This is all horribly wrong. How many times have you been here?
This is 4.
No wonder everything's such a mess. This wasn't supposed to go past 1.
I wonder what you're going to do next. You're so full of ideas, and I love that.
But I guess we don't have time to talk about things before the princess advances. Okay, whatever we do gets us another... us. Let's see how many we can stack. There's got to be a point where it makes us better than her. We don't need any other voices chattering about in here. It'll just confuse us. All we need is to keep fighting. Yeah, I'll pass on that. As long as we keep moving.
Oh, great. So it's going to get even more crowded. Even more deluded voices that think we might stand any kind of chance.
So, Eric, funny story. I work with a guy named Noah. My name tag at work says Ark. I've heard the Noah and the Ark joke so many times. That's a friendship that's meant to be? No. No, it's not. Noah's not the man-child. But, Noah is the one who's supposed to replace me every morning and is always 30 minutes late. I mean, Ark jokes come with the territory. True. It's like being too tall or short. Oh dear, exactly. Or too average height. Is there a too average height? Hi, Ghosty. Yes, I know. Isn't that wild? What's up, Weather Geek?
Come on, show me something new.
We're going to appeal to her authority. Puff her up a bit. There's no reason we can't talk her out of this. It doesn't work. And she kills you again, and again, and again, and again. Your memory blurs as your consciousness leaps from life to life to life, holding only snippets of the conflict that transpires.
Let's appeal to her better nature. We haven't tried that. I'm sure she'll listen to reason.
Actually, Eric, now that you mention that, it is. It's the Tinder thing, where it's like, oh, you're not at least 6'2"? No way. Your average height for your country. That's the difference, Moogle. Yeah, Eric, you're right. They're too average of a height. They're not tall enough. If you're not at least 6'2" with $1 million in the bank and I don't know, fucking some kind of bullshit.
Skewers you. Well, there's more of us. Let's see if that helps. Then you skewer yourself.
I thought we both understood that dying doesn't get you anywhere.
Huh, that didn't do much of anything. We're tougher than I thought. Compliment her on those gleaming blades. There's nothing better than a capable woman. She skewers you.
Eric, respectfully, would. Anyway. And I'm only like an inch taller than you. She's just getting more knives. She is. It's always more and more and more. You're not like the guys from the TV or the romance novels that get lost, loser. Yeah. Gosh, loser. How dare you not be at least 6'5" with $1 billion and I don't know, owning 6 businesses that are all making lots of money. I just throw on platforms and try to be funny. Works for me. Valid. Probably be just fine without the platforms too. Could have sworn Ark is the same height as Raph. I am 5 feet and 11.75 inches, which means I'm 6 foot. I will take no notes. Thank you. With the right shoe, I'm 6 foot 2. Oh man, Ark is a tower compared to me.
You're cute.
It doesn't matter how many times this takes, we can't give up. Okay, let's go again. Just panic. Flee. She skewers you.
No, you don't get to escape. That's not how this works.
See? We're getting better.
But it works both ways. If you're not like the girls from the anime, then how can you can demands? I'm 5'4", so I'd be small. Accurate. If I stand on subs, I can be 7 feet tall. Listen, I'm gonna Ghosty. Can I borrow your platforms? The ones that make you 6'2". I just want to know how tall they're gonna make me, and also if I should get a pair. Also, are they like platform heels? Will they make my ass look good? Because what if you stand on toms? That's the trick, Moogle. Nobody stands on doms. Just don't muck up your ankles. Well, about that, one of them is already mucked up.
Okay, yeah. That was a good one. She's going to kill this body either way. So stop feeling what it feels. She skewers you.
Would be -2 feet tall. We call that a switch moment. Fucking watch me. No. 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 That's adorable, though.
Ooh, not bad. Real tough.
We're getting close to something, can't you feel it? One last time. You're right. One last time, that's all we need. None of this is working. Think. She skewers you. And then everything goes dark, and you die.
Again. Chapter 4? Hang on. What?
Your Honor, don't lose your head. We're in a cabin, and we'll take it from here.
He's just like, nah, I'm sick of your bullshit. We got this. Oh my gods. Oh my gods. That's so good. Her teeth keep getting more fucked up too.
Everything feels like it finally fits, doesn't it? We're up here, which is different, and different is good. And our steel claw is already in our hand.
Oh, it is. Look at that.
Ho-ho! What if we throw it out the window? Over my dead body.
That won't be very hard. We've died a lot. But I can't say I mind anymore.
Damn.
Besides, what better way to die so very many times than at the sharp hands of a beautiful woman?
I fucking hate this guy. Now she's Baraka from Mortal Kombat. Oh gods. Oh gods. I mean, you're probably right. I wouldn't know because I haven't actually played Mortal Kombat. But I'm assuming you're right. Oh, gods. That's so fucking... Damn it, Smitten is back. I'm waiting for the ads to start, and they have not begun. And I'm mildly annoyed.
Announcement.
There they go.
Ads have begun. Please stand by.
Everyone get up and stretch. I could probably make that happen. It's just effort that I don't know. I don't know how to do. It's a lot of effort because I have to go find the tutorial and then I have to actually do it. And I'm very lazy. What if I stretch and swords come out of my arms, though? I don't know if the risk is worth the reward. Stand your ass up. You've been sitting for way too long, I guarantee it. I will stretch my toes are warm again. Are your toes ever warm? If you're not going to stretch, you need to at least make sure you're not shrimping. All of you. For Christmas, you shall get an industrial toe warmer. Yeah, but for Christmas, Moogle won't need it because it'll be summer.
Ads have now ended. Thank you for your cooperation.
There are occasionally I just have terrible circulation. I know. Balls Google, why are your toes cold? You in subarctic region? Freaking phone. I mean, technically, Moogle's in the South Hemisphere. Southern Hemisphere. So, it's like winter. Yeah, I'm in South Africa. Indeed. Indeed you are. Indeed you are. I don't know what this voice is. It's probably offensive to someone. So I'm going to stop that now.
I'm sure I can think of a better way to die.
They're all the same, really. How about we stop thinking about horrible ways to die? I don't want us to accidentally manifest anything. The only thing we're gonna manifest is finally ending up on top. There are entirely too many of you. How many times have you been here? This isn't good. This is... How about you stick to describing things, and we'll stick to doing them? Yeah, leave it to the pros. We'll notch up that win in no time.
Narrator, we heroically stride through the door and towards our destined final encounter with our star-crossed lover.
Fine by me. You walk to the door and onto the basement stairs, only...
It's more of a slide? We know.
Fine, I'll just shut up then and speed this whole thing along. Are you sure you don't want me to describe the stairs? Or this room, or anything? It feels like I'm hardly a part of this.
Don't care, just want to win.
Fine. You make your way to the basement, where the princess awaits you.
You know, this last time I killed you, and you didn't pop right back up again? I thought I'd actually done it. I thought I'd cut you into so many pieces you just weren't able to stitch yourself back together. But I guess we're not done. That's okay with me. It's good even. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
I got something ready for you while you were gone. Do you want to see it?
Oh my.
I'm not going to wait for an answer. I'm just going to show you. It's worth it though. Just you wait. And not for very long, because I'm going to do it right now.
Are you going to say what she does? Do you want me to talk now? Well, yeah, she says she has something new. I want to hear about the new thing. Yeah, me too. I think I speak for all of us when I say that I would like to hear you describe her new thing. Really? Okay then.
Here we go. Now.
The princess's skin twists, splitting into red blooms of raw meat as it stretches and tears. And then it erupts. She becomes a wave of blood and viscera, pieces of her splattering against the walls. All that remains in the center of the room is a skeleton of blades. A heart beats furiously in its cage of a chest.
Oh.
Are you ready for what comes next?
Oh my.
Shit. She's gorgeous. Absolutely divine. Yes, behold, the perfect woman.
It's the Witch King of Angmar.
Throw her out the window. That looked painful. How is she still alive? Heart's still beating, that's all she needs. This is fake. This is all fake. That's all just made up. She doesn't even have a back anymore. How are we supposed to stab her in it?
This is all just a sick joke. I hate existing.
We're screwed. I quit. I'm done. Forget it.
All right,
Oh my god.
What just happened? It's so quiet.
Him too.
Something feels different about you. It almost makes me feel different. Like I should actually take this seriously for once.
You do not act, and yet through that inaction your body moves on its own. Princess strikes as you approach, but as her blow finishes its arc, you're already somewhere else.
You're incredible.
Your weapons clash again and again, you and her entering a rhythm free of thought and free of self. There is only the dance, the ebb and flow, the shifting of the tides back and forth between you. The deeper you fall into your play, the faster your hearts pound, and the faster the momentum volleys between you. An endlessly building crescendo, and then an opening. Your blade strikes free of volition, and hers strikes too. Both strikes are lethal. Neither of you will survive, but neither of you fear what's to come. This is a good ending. Is it though? Is it really a good ending? You do not get to see each other die, nor will you ever. It's time for you to leave. Memory returns. Approach the mirror. Well, they say it is. Right. You do so. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach towards the glass. It's time for you to see what's in it. You've withered. I'd say it's better than it never ending. Fair enough. One moment. I'll be right back. And I'm back. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. You are at the cabin. Approach her. I back him down. God damn it!
I am a growing chorus of contradiction. A mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again. All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
Can't be a contradiction. Contradictions don't exist.
And yet my waters flow and my streets bustle. There are no words that can describe me into non-existence. There is no logic that can bind my multitudes. I am everything that you have known me to be, but I am also none of it.
How can you stand to be a contradiction?
As easily as you can stand to be you. You are like me, even if you have chosen not to look at the corners of you that do not fit. Even if you have chosen to ignore the brilliant contours of your soul.
Doesn't matter how many times I go back. At least one of us always hurts the other. Doesn't that change you? Doesn't that make you worse?
It changes me, but it doesn't make me worse, nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse? Do you resent me?
If anything, it makes me like you more. I don't know what that says about me. Yeah, let's go with that one.
It says that your heart is gentle, that even in the darkness you are guided by compassion.
Sure, totally not a masochist. The character's a masochist, not me. I just want to make that clear. What do you think of this vessel?
This one is sharp and single-minded. She is cruelty, but she is also joy. She will make for an indomitable heart. Do not mourn her. She is exactly where she needs to be.
I'm still planning to kill you once we're done with this.
If that remains your choice when all is said and done, then you may try. But know that I do not wish you harm, even if you attempt to destroy me.
Bullshit, Moogle. I'm a sadist. It's very different. Some of the hands are touching the heart bit. Oh. Yeah. They are. Thanks. Do you know what happens in the worlds we leave behind?
My perspectives are shadowed. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truths, and my attention is turned inward, except when you are here with me. Perhaps this will change when our work is done.
Meh, it's a big heart. Probably cool to hold. It does seem to take two of her hands. And assuming that they are, the average size of a human, like, hand. I feel like it's probably a fairly large heart, yeah. All the easier to stab, my dear. I mean, what? Do you think they wash afterwards? I hope so. It's really neat taking out someone's heart out of context. That is so wild. Moo, could you please quote yourself? I want that to be a quote. I can normally hold a heart in one hand. There was one guy with a big one though. Well. Have you figured out what you'll want when we've finished? Kalima? What about Kalima? Hang on, you didn't add that it was you! You're trying to make it seem like I said that. I see your game. I'm wise to it.
The desires of my multitude thrive in endless competition with themselves, but none of them rise above their dance to influence me. I yearn for what I have always yearned for, our awakening. Other desires shrink in the light of knowing you and knowing me.
Do you still not care what I bring you next?
I care about your gifts, but I have no preferences to burden you with. Even if I did, I would never dare to tarnish our relationship by assuming myself above you.
So you don't have any preferences on how you'd like to change or grow?
The tides do not dictate where they are pulled. A river does not dictate its outlets. My gift to you is to let you choose your path, and my task is to treasure the gifts you bring me.
How many more vessels do I need to bring you?
We will know when we near our destination.
I'm ready to go back.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
Hey! That one didn't startle me. Bring the razor full to her.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in...
Skip! Let's see. Silently continue to the cabin.
You make your way...
Skip! So...
The interior of...
Skip! I know which one I want to find next. I just want to go about it in a different way than I did last time.
You take the blade from the table.
Skip!
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a...
Skip! So you're like a doctor or a pathologist, right? Or barbarian? Was it the heart of your enemy? Forensic anthropology, who also teaches anatomy to med students. Yeah.
Good. You're still listening to reason.
Steel your nerves and step forward.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Alright.
Oh?
No more skipping.
Talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me? I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it.
Let's see.
So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
What if she isn't bluffing? What if she kills us? Wait, no. I think I fucked it up. Might have fucked it up. I think I fucked it up. God damn it. Okay. Okay. I think... Yep, it's fine.
You lunge forward without a moment's hesitation.
So we're gonna skip forward.
Yes.
She's dead.
You
Leave.
open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom. Only, a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is nothing at all. Where a lush forest stood mere minutes ago, the only thing in front of you now is the vast emptiness of some place far away. What happened? Everyone is fine. It's just that you and the cabin are now far away from them. Don't worry. You'll be safe here. This is good. Everyone is happy. You'll be happy.
I was kind of hoping I'd get a better ending for saving the world.
In fact, now that the princess has been slain, endings are a thing of the past. No. This is the beginning of eternity.
I mean, I have 2 computer science degrees and I work logistics at U-Haul.
This is what's best for everyone. Trust me.
That makes me very uncomfortable.
I can't be sure if it's days or months or years or even decades. It's all a wonderful, boring blur. You've never been happier. Psst. Hey. We're not just gonna stay here forever, right?
Didn't you hear the narrator? I'm happy. We're happy.
Are we really happy? Or is he just telling us that we are?
No, we're happy. I'm sure of it.
Really? Well, if you ever change your mind, just let me know, I guess. More happy time passes, though the word begins to lose its meaning. Time, that is, not happy. Happy still has plenty of meaning. Please, shake yourself out of it. We have to get out of here. The little voice's pleas fall on deaf ears. Eventually you pass into a blissful state of pure existence. Though words like eventually and pass ceased to have any meaning to you long before that shift, you simply exist. Happy. Forever.
Good ending! Woo!
You have already committed to my completion. You cannot go further astray.
Whoa. Huh. Oh. Okay, maybe I'm not happy. And I'm not just saying that because you're the last person I talked to.
Because I have an idea to get us out of here. Though you're probably not going to like it. The blade. We can use the blade to get out of this. I can hear everything you say, little voice. There's only one thing it would want you to use that blade on, and I'm afraid that thing is you, dear hero. He's right. It's the only way out. Do you hear that? It wants to take this happiness away from you. It wants this wonderful place to end. Do you not? There's more for us to do, and the only way for us to do it is to take that blade and use it. Don't you dare.
Anything to get out of this hell.
Thank you. I made this happy little place for you. Is this not a good enough reward for saving the world? An eternity of bliss? You ingrate? Fine. Whatever. For the first time since time stopped meaning anything, you throw open the door to the basement and walk down the stairs. The princess's body is dust and bones, though the blade you used to slay her is still as pristine as the day you first held it. You pick up the blade, you stab yourself, and you die. The end. Nice knowing you. You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Let's just go to the... I'm gonna turn around and leave.
You have already committed to my completion. You cannot go further astray.
I cannot turn around and leave. Proceed to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will
I
cheat,
tried.
and she will do everything in her power to stop you.
Skip!
The interior of the cabin is cold. A soft odor of...
That's a sucks to be you situation.
Cobwebs flutter in the corners. You can hear wind whistling outside, banging the shutters against the windows. The only furniture of note is an elegant antique table with a pristine blade perched on the edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. It feels like no one's been here for a long, long time. Like I've been saying, she's dead. We killed her already.
Whatever. I'm gonna... Actually, what am I gonna do? Do I want the blade? Yeah, why not?
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Let's just go straight to the basement. Oh, well.
The door
Too late.
Groans open, revealing an old banister and a creaky wooden stairwell. Everything is coated in a thick layer of dust, and you can feel it settle into your lungs as you breathe in the stale air. The very building itself feels dead. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. The room below is silent. Nobody's here. Naturally. As much as I appreciate the optimism, you shouldn't be so sure. I guess we'll just have to go down and see. As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view. A skeletal body, lying in a heap on the floor, its wrist still bound to the wall by a thick chain. Okay, she's definitely dead.
No need to apologize, Green. You do what you gotta do. I'll see you later, homie. Appreciate you stopping in.
It's just like I told you. Before you have a chance to finish your thought, the top of a head appears from underneath the floor. Two deep-set eyes stare up at you, followed by a mischievous, skeletal grin. And finally, the rest of the body floats up to join the head. Wait, this isn't right. What's going on here? Ghost! Oh. Wow. How absolutely terrifying. What's a ghost supposed to do to us?
Oh, it's you. Hiya, Keller. I was hoping to see you again. I have some issues with how our last meeting went.
The princess drifts across the room into your orbit, gently running her fingers across your shoulders and down your neck as she circles you. Her touch is cold and ethereal, formless yet real enough that her icy fingertips send shivers dancing across your skin. So she has a body, and she's right there. That means we could kill her again, if we wanted to.
It's all about the choices that you make. Depending on what you choose to do before you enter the cabin, or as you're going down the steps, different things will be available. So, there are, as far as I can tell, it looks like there are two base versions of the princess. Two princesses that you will always see in Chapter 1. One of them is the scared, friendly lady. And the other one is the slightly dangerous sounding woman. And what determines which one you get is whether or not you take the knife down with you. And then, when you get to the steps, whether you talk to her on the steps or not also changes what options you can potentially get, and so on and so forth. Wait and see how things play out.
I see you brought that annoying knife again. So, are you waiting for a chance to use it? Or are you here for something else?
I killed you. What are you doing not being dead?
I don't feel very dead. But I guess I'm not dead. So you must have only mostly killed me. Or maybe death is only mostly real, but it's also mostly not real. I'm not sure. I'm just the one these things have happened to, not the one with all the answers, or any of the answers.
But we're not a ghost. Unless we are? Death, at least as a form of permanence, is just a concept. And clearly it's not a very useful one anymore. Maybe we should throw it out entirely. See, this is why I didn't want you to talk to her. Death is not just a concept, it is an extremely real phenomenon. Don't let her distort your reality. Cold, hard facts exist. The truth exists. It has...
You're right there, though. Your dead body.
No. What do you want from me?
I just want the same thing I've always wanted. To go home. But this place won't let me go. At least, not alone. I've tried. Before you came back to me, I explored every inch of this place, even the spaces between the walls. But I never found a way out. I always wound up right back here.
Maybe we should just leave. If she can't get out on her own, then why do we have to do anything? We could probably walk out right now and everything would be fine. Hasn't got out and can't get out are two very different things. It'd be dull anyway. It's more interesting if we make a choice.
But you can come and go as you please, can't you? So, let me hitch a ride. After all, you own me.
Well,
absolutely not.
Wasn't that disturbing?
She's asking if she can possess us. She is. And I hope I don't need to explain why you can't let that happen. It would be catastrophic if she managed to escape this place. And if you let her in, there is very little anyone could do to stop her. Would she be able to see us if we went along with it. Now, isn't that an interesting thought? We could finally bring her face to face with him. I wonder what she would have to say to the one who wants her dead so badly. You won't like how things play out if you go down this path.
The answer's no.
I see. So that's how it's going to be. That makes me sad. I guess we'll have to fight then.
The princess passes through you, a chill rippling along your skin, a disappointed sigh echoing in your ears. You turn and face her as she hovers between you and the stairs. Spectral tears streak down her cheeks as she places a translucent hand on your chest. It feels cold, but otherwise like nothing at all. Are we doing the right thing? Why do I feel so sad? Don't let her get to you. It doesn't matter. Somehow, soon, this too will be over, and we'll move on to something new. I feel like you all keep forgetting that. Her dark-rimmed eyes fall to the floor as she speaks.
I never wanted to have to hurt anybody. It's not who I wanted to be.
The tears on her cheeks vanish. She lifts her head, sorrow replaced with wrath, staring into you with fiery anger.
Then I guess you've turned me into something worse.
She forces her hand into your chest, and then... Yes? Nothing happens. Are you sure about that? Something should have happened. And yet it didn't. We're fine.
Stare at her in silence, step away.
You can't be sure if you first hear or feel what happens next, but it is over before you can fully conceptualize what it is. The horrific splintering, the squelching of organs, the rending of tissue, an icy, numbing pain.
I'm done asking. The next time I see you, I'm taking everything I owed, starting with your body. If you won't choose to give me my freedom, I'll just have to make you give it to me.
She's real now. If she's making us dead, we should return the favor. You swing your blade towards her briefly corporeal throat. It connects. A gash widens across her neck, glowing ectoplasm leaking from the wound. But it's too little, too late.
Welp!
In her hand, you realize she clutches your still beating heart. It thumps unsettlingly. Did we get her? Even if we didn't, we've given her something to remember.
See you soon, killer.
Oh boy.
As she crushes your precious organ in her hand, everything goes dark, and you die.
Welp. That happened. Gross. Dude.
You're on
Yeah.
in the wood. And here we go again. Off to slay her. Again. The deck's stacked, isn't it? We kill her, we start again. She kills us as a goddamn ghost, we start again. I'm starting to think we're being run in circles just for the sake of it. Come on. Let's not give in to all that misery just yet. There's got to be a way out of this.
Is there a happy ending possible?
Got to be a right answer.
Yes. There is at least one happy ending.
What if there isn't? Aren't you listening to me? What if all of this was rigged from the start? That's ridiculous. There'd be no point in all this if it was just some kind of cosmic busy work. I think that's exactly what it is. The powers that be seeing how many ways they can screw with us. Could be it's all some kind of sick joke to them. Wouldn't that get, I don't know, boring? Okay, so you've already been here. Twice even. Great. Then let me poke a few holes in your depressing little theory. Nobody here is screwing with you, and I can't imagine any scenario where you would have started over after slaying the princess. Well, we didn't have to start over. We killed ourselves. And why, pray tell, did you do that? Because you decided to foist an infinite tedium on us. That doesn't sound like me. If I'd had everything my way, you would have effortlessly slain the princess, saved the world, and been given your happy ending. The ending was the tedium. You locked us in a cabin and sent that cabin to an endless void, and then you told us we were happy. Well, were you happy? Of course we weren't happy. That's why we killed ourselves. It was awful. It was boring. It was bullshit. So you killed yourself? Yes. And then she killed us. Even though she was already dead. This is all fake. Okay, let's try to get back on track. You're real. The princess is real. The world is real. The people in the world are real. And the danger she poses to all of them is also, quite unfortunately, real. Whatever you did the first time, it sounds like it almost worked. So how about you give it one last try? Because killing yourself seems to undo all the good you almost managed to accomplish. All this standing around and talking is boring. Let's at least do something. Maybe we'll kill her again. Maybe we won't. Maybe we'll even free her.
Well, shit. I have a theory about who's screwing with us. I'll lay it on me. And why should we help you? All you're going to do is lock us away forever again.
I won't do that. I promise. Oh yeah, sure. That changes everything. I mean, he did promise. And you believed him?
We've killed her and been killed by her. And neither of those things have gone well for us. If we're going to fall through this loop of forever, eventually we're going to let her out. Might as well do it now.
You're making a dizzying amount of assumptions. Your perceived reality looping twice before does not mean it will continue to do so forever. Those little voices have already drawn attention to the fact that even the path is different. The world itself is at a tipping point.
It is a very spooky path.
There is always a choice. Even if you were stuck in an infinite loop, there's no reason to assume that the mere nature of the infinite would force you to make any specific choice. You do have free will, as much as things would be easier if you didn't, and you can just keep making the correct choice forever, never deviating. How convenient, everything always comes back to what you want us to do. I'm sick of him. Makes me want to end the world out of spite.
I think we may have been created to assemble all the pieces of the entity in the long, what's his name? The long quiet? That is an interesting theory.
You continue down the path towards the cabin. It isn't long before you're steps away from your destination. I don't think you need any words of warning. I think you know what's in there, and despite your protestations, I think you know what you need to do. The more he talks, the more I'm interested in setting her free. Whatever. You don't want to listen to me? Do it then. Let her out. See what I care. It sounds like somebody's about to crack.
Announcement. A system
Hey!
obtained their network certification.
Faye! You used your prime. Thank you. You only get one of those. I appreciate you. Hi, Alex. How you doing, bud? It's been a while. Been a while since I've seen you. The ads are about to start. I don't know if you're going to see the ads. Since you just popped in. you just popped in and then pre-rolls are supposed to be off, but also the scheduled ad break is gonna run, so I don't know how that works. If I was not on mobile, I would have just subscribed, but don't want to have to pay Google too. Yeah, 100%. I feel that. I do 100% feel that. Like having to additionally pay Google or Apple to pay on Twitch is nonsense. Absolutely ridiculous. Greedy, money-grubbing bastards. Especially with the price of subs going up in the US. I don't know about the rest of the world, but yeah, it's horseshit. Exactly. Absolutely fucking nonsensical. When are sub prices going up anyway?
Announcement. Ads have begun. Please stand by.
I'm very, very glad about those fucking announcements. I love that shit. They already have? You think so? Hang on. Let me... No, it still says $4.99 for me. They're not the $5.99 yet. I know they're like $5.99 on mobile. Which, think about that for a second. It's a 20% increase in price for a subscription on mobile. 20%. There's a list of the countries whose sub prices have gone up. Don't think it's South Africa. I don't know. Like I said, I haven't looked, you know. I don't even know when exactly it's supposed to happen. Something to worry about in the future. I just need to focus on the now. I'm gonna drive more people to go turbo, to be honest. Maybe that's the point. Like, maybe that's Twitch's goal, because 100% of everything from turbo goes to them. Right? Instead of, you know, half or 40% or whatever.
Ads have now ended. Thank you for your cooperation.
Probably. I already had turbo. You had turbo and you subscribe? Faye. You're a gem. Welcome back from the ads. Let's see. Are you trying to use reverse psychology on me, or have you just given up?
There's obviously no point in trying to reason with you right now, especially with all these clowns offering up their useless advice. Honestly, it seems like the more I try and talk sense into you, the more single-minded they get about letting her out. So yes, I'm done trying to argue. Would you look at that? We won. Take it however you will.
No, some of the turbo goes to give the streamers ad revenue for turbo folks in the chat. Okay. But either way, it's going to be a much larger portion of the subscription that'll go to Twitch. And turbo's already, like, what, $12? Something like that? Like, it already costs more for turbo than for a single subscription to a channel, so I don't know. Enter the cabin. Most of it goes to Twitch, yeah.
The interior
12-ish.
of the cabin is long and dark, a single narrow hallway stretching far into the distance.
Oh.
Curtains billow out from tall windows on either side, obscuring the path forward, fluttering helplessly as opposing gusts of wind rush into the building, clashing and joining and driving everything forward. The only furniture of note is... that's strange. What's strange? Is it the mirror? The mirror? No, there isn't a mirror.
What's strange is that there isn't much of anything in here at all, aside from the curtains. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Why isn't there a pristine blade? Great. Something else has been taken away from us. I suppose the only way to go is forward. So forward we will go. Blade or not, it doesn't really matter, does it?
It's a shitty deal for small streamers because ad revenue is way lower than subs. Yeah, true. Yeah, it is lower, but at the same time, like, I am definitely a much smaller one, right? But if somebody is gonna use Turbo to avoid the ads as opposed to giving me a subscription, I'm not gonna blame them. Like, there is absolutely zero chance that I'm the only streamer that this person watches. And if they watch more than 2 streamers, it's more cost effective to get Turbo. That's just how it is. And like in the economy that we live in right now, I'm not gonna fucking judge anyone for saving money. Let's pretend there's a mirror at the end of this hallway and that right now we can't see behind it. What's there? What's behind it?
If you're asking what's at the end of the hallway, it's the way to the basement. The way to the basement? Don't you mean door? No, I didn't say door, because there isn't a door, it's just an opening. What are the odds she's waiting for us right behind it? If I were running a bullshit factory, it's what I'd do. Let me assure you that there's nothing there. Nothing is going to jump out at you, and certainly not the princess. The princess is in the basement. He can't see the mirror. The knife is gone, defying his expectations. Who the hell is calling the shots here? Nobody is calling the shots. That's how reality works.
Yeah, I get that, but if their goal is to move people to Turbo instead of subbing, then Twitch is being a dick. Twitch is being a company that's putting profits first, which definitely feels rather dickish from us, like to us from a, you know, day-to-day human perspective, so to speak. Like, I'm not a multi-billion-dollar company, obviously. I am going to have to pick the more cost-effective option when my income is very limited. And if I watch multiple streamers, it's going to be Turbo. So whether or not they're attempting to push people towards Turbo, which, you know, either way, they literally branded the price increase as being a way to support streamers better. Giving streamers an extra like 50 cents per sub, I don't think is gonna really change a whole lot, honestly. Not for the small ones. I'm sorry? Faye? Excuse me? How much was that? Faye? Excuse you? $50? Thank you. But stop. My gods. Ay, ay, ay. Listen, that was not the point of this conversation. Balls, I'm done, promise. Yeah, you better be. Jeez. I lost my train of thought. This is my 3 paycheck month, so I has extra. Okay. Okay. Where was I? Right. So, $0.50 isn't going to really do much for smaller streamers. Because they're not going to have very many subs. That's just the reality of it. But for much larger streamers, it will result in a much larger increase in revenue. If they truly want to support smaller streamers and get them to the point where they can spend more time on this to get them to a larger audience and being able to stream more often and, you know, in the end making Twitch more money, their best goal, or like their best option for accomplishing that particular goal would be to increase the amount of ad revenue that streamers get. And then they go, oh, well, the Partner Plus program, except, you know, with the Partner Plus program, you need to have 100 points, which is either 100 Tier 1 subscriptions, which, again, for someone like me with roughly 200 followers, isn't going to happen. Sorry. Doesn't really help much. The other option is for everyone to be doing Tier 2 or 3. At Tier 3, you need significantly fewer subscriptions, but that's $25 a month, currently. Assuming that does not also go up. And that's only worth 6 points. Now, granted, when you look at it, the price of a Tier 1 versus a Tier 5 or Tier 3, and then you look at the number of Partner Plus points you get, a Tier 1 gives you 1 point, and a Tier 3 for $25, which is 5 times the amount, also gives 6 points, 6 times the amount. So it's technically a little better, but it's not ideal. Like, I don't have a solution, but bi-weekly pay periods, so once in summer, once in winter, I get an extra paycheck, and I budget on a 2 paycheck per month budget. Valid. Give us some things to make a higher sub attractive to viewers would be better. Right. Right now, all you get is, you know, whatever Tier 3 emotes are in those slots, or slot. I think there's just one Tier 3 emote, which is foolish, but okay. And you also get a little flair by your badge name, or by your badge, which, oh, look at me, I've got the cool flair, I'm Tier 3, isn't really enough to justify people spending $25 a month. The only ones who are going to spend $25 a month are people who are incredibly dedicated to supporting that particular streamer. People who are not going to care what the benefits are, they're just going to do it because they want to help that streamer out. There need to be more incentives for higher tier subs, otherwise people aren't really going to do it. Like, whoopity fucking do, I did a thing and now I get 1 extra emote for an additional $20, and it only lasts a month. You know, at the same time, like, they can't just say, oh, you were at one point subscribed at Tier 3 here, so now whenever you're subscribed you have access to this emote. Or, well, they could. Actually, that might help a little bit, just for some one-time extra revenue. People who like collecting emotes might go, alright, if I sub at Tier 3, then I'll get access to 2 extra emotes, the Tier 2 and the Tier 3 one, and I'll get those whenever I'm subscribed from now on. Even if it's just a Tier 1 subscription. That helps. That could help. The bits emotes also don't really do a whole lot. Like, people usually give bits. What I have seen most people giving bits for is for the TTS and making jokes using the TTS, which is not native to Twitch. Absolutely fucking, or at least it wasn't. I don't know how the Twitch alerts work now that they've integrated their own version into it, but yeah.
It's
time to approach the mirror.
Towards the gaping maw that awaits you. Your fraying nerves buzz with trepidation, the chill wind raising your hackles as it gently pushes you forward towards the darkness at the end of the hallway. You can't shake the feeling that you're being watched.
Yeah, see, exactly, Faye.
You're watching us right now. Sometimes the feeling is just stronger than others. I feel like you're trying to put us on edge. We don't need all this anticipation. We just need this to be over. You stop as you reach the end of the hallway, I presume in front of whatever mirror isn't actually there. Here we go. You reach your arm forward into the pitch black of the opening.
Well then.
Nothing. It's like this place read our mind just to mess with us.
What you looking at, killer? Staring into the void? Thinking about what it'd be like to die again? I know exactly how you feel.
Oh.
Where is she? You feel something long and frigid coil around your ankle. Your heart skips a beat, standing in muted shock for one long, frozen moment. And then she, the princess, constricts. Your bones snap.
Ouch.
Pain radiates up from the break, a deep cold flooding your veins as your legs...
It's not my ankle. Not again.
You collapse with them. You're met with the terrifying visage of the princess.
Oh, it's the same ankle.
Grips your leg in a steel vice, her grin carved jagged from ear to ear, crowded with far too many long and crooked teeth.
But do you know how I feel? I gave you a path to forgiveness. I gave you a chance to make things right. I thought maybe you'd seen what you've done and feel remorseful. Maybe try to make it up to me. But no, you'd rather use that knife to keep making the same mistake over and over and over. Even after I ripped your heart out, you still cut me. And for what? I didn't go anywhere. You didn't banish me. I'm right back here with you. A little better, a little worse.
Jeez.
Well, maybe a lot worse. So, here's how this is going to go. I'm going to take your body, and I'm going to walk it out of here. And you get to do it. Completely helpless. Just like you left me.
I say we let her do it. It's something different. Do we even have a choice? You always have a choice. Maybe before, but not now. There isn't a blade this time.
Look at my feet, though.
Exactly. What choice is there if there isn't a blade? Well, unless you have any specific ideas, I think my vote's the only one that counts.
Oh, man. Do I talk to her? I hate looking at this. Oh. Do you need to take my body? Can't I just open the door for you?
I don't think you get the magnitude of hatred that sits between us. You've broken more trust than I thought I had. Oh, we're past the point of compromise. I'm taking your body, and there's nothing you can do to stop me.
You
Ow!
struggle against the princess.
Ugh.
All you manage to do is grind the fragments of your splintered ankle together.
Oh, gods.
It's so easy to make you squirm. But I won't be crueler than I have to be. I won't even want to cause any more damage. It'll be hard enough for me to walk out of here on that broken ankle.
Don't walk on the broken ankle.
You remain pinned to the floor of the long hallway as the rest of the princess's body emerges. Her proportions all wrong, limbs bent and curling, moving in ways that defy your understanding. Her torso stretches until her face is practically touching yours, her neck cracking audibly as she twists to look at you from a fresh angle.
Oh,
Sure,
gods.
you can't do anything to help us. Can't you, like, manifest a rock right on top of her head? And crush you along with her? Not that I even can manifest a rock. Besides, I thought you all wanted to...
It's the ankle, man. It's the right ankle. Why? Why is it the right one?
I'm afraid you're out of luck, which unfortunately means that I, and the rest of the world, are out of luck too. And whose fault is it there isn't a weapon here? Yours, I assume. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Whatever you did in those previous lives of yours, you really messed up. Are you seriously trying to blame this on us? Your vision fades as she tears open the membrane of your soul. You're awake. Eyes once again fixed on the long hallway, your vision swimming as the princess's command reverberates inside your skull. Her voice is all-encompassing. You feel wrong. It's so cramped in here. Like there's some sort of growth trying to push us all out.
Ugh!
I know. You rise to your feet, though the pain in your ankle is blinding. Your body slumps against the wall, desperately leaning into it for support.
We can't give her space.
Another option, you know.
Eric, she's in us.
Don't help either of them. Flip the table.
And how do you do that? You don't have a will to wield. Your soul is in frame of courage.
That gap where the mirror was, I don't think it goes anywhere. Let's throw ourselves into the abyss.
You wouldn't dare. Move.
No, that's just clinging. Ugh!
Still slumped against the wall.
Oh, not the ankle.
The princess's overwhelming will and the blinding pain of your splintered ankle takes an excruciating step towards the cabin door.
Oh, why?
The movement is stiff. Your body reduced to a marionette, pulled reluctantly along by your strings.
It's not that bad. The pain feels good. Because I know you feel it too.
Ugh. Throw your body into the abyss.
In a single moment of overwhelming willpower, you tear your body from the wall and hurl it towards the gaping abyss.
I won't let you do this.
Capillaries burst and muscle fibers tear as you and the princess struggle over the reins of your body. One foot planted firmly on the edge where the floor ends, and the nothing begins. It's unquestionable that her reserves are greater than yours, but fortunately for you, the distance you have to cover is far shorter. Enough.
Into the abyss.
I'm tired of us always losing. It's just a step away.
Even if you throw yourself into the abyss, you still lose.
You throw everything you have against her and manage, for one brief moment, to overpower the princess's hold on your body. But that moment was all you needed. Your foot slips a few inches, and you collapse forward, the darkness swallowing you whole.
Why do you hate me?
Her thought slips through you, unheeded, as you fall, and fall, and fall. What an end.
least it's ours. An empire of frigid nothing. I don't think this qualifies as saving the world, but at least you didn't ruin it. What happens now?
What do you mean what happens now? You wanted it.
But I want to know what he thinks happens now.
I don't think you're going to find that out.
Oh? And why is that?
You just made better time into your head. You left. Gone. It's just you and you and you and me. Idiot.
He's gone. But...
Terminal velocity ceases, and you feel something. A mass, a growth torn out of you. You and the princess look at each other for a short moment.
What? What's happening to me?
But you don't answer her before she's gone, and you feel the resistance underneath your feet once more. Memory returns.
she's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Okay, I need day 4 post-tattoo to get here. I'd rather itch than have it hurt. I move my hands when I talk and keep bumping it. Well, just stop moving your right hand. Come on. You approach the mirror.
This doesn't feel right. It feels different. Final. It's going to do something to us. I can feel it. Ignore the cowards. You have to look.
You can kiss my lily-white rear end, friend. The voices feel small, distant as you approach. I can, but I won't. You can bite my shiny metal ass. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. Shushies? Shushies? You've unraveled. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. You are at the cabin. Approach her.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet.
How disturbing.
I'm curious to see what it means for us to know it.
Do you think there are people out there?
It doesn't matter if there are. People are too small for us. You and I are the only things that interest me.
Do you think that anything is real out there? Do you think that we're real?
We are real. Nothing is an idea that dwells in the absence of something. But nothing cannot exist on its own. And because of that, nothing can't exist.
Do you have thoughts on this vessel?
This one is loneliness turned to seething. She could not find her strength in others, so she found it in herself. She will make for a driven heart. Do not mourn her. She isn't alone anymore.
She's using the vessels as puppets, controlling them with her many, 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 many hands. Her astronomical amount of hands. So many hands. Mildly disturbing. Oh my god, Ark, that reminds me, last night when I kept going after people's knees in D&D, they kept going, my knees! And I just kept hearing,
Announcement.
my spleen!
Ads
In my
have
head.
begun. Please stand by.
Beautiful. I don't know why that reminded you of that, but she has a lot of hands. I'll be honest, I didn't notice that at first. How do you not? I guess you're on mobile, so everything's a lot smaller. But yikes! So many hands! Boobs. Eric, we have someone who can relate to you. Faye saw the boobs before anything else. Boobs, that's how, yeah. I'm sticking to my theory that she made us to gather her pieces. I suppose we'll see, won't we? Also, shoulders. Oh, Faye, you're a shoulder gal? You like those lady shoulders? Is it because they lead to the boobs? Doesn't has to be a lady. Balls, I'm Pan. Oh, so you like all shoulders. Alright, note to self. When I meet Faye, I need to be wearing a neck to ankle outfit with boots and gloves. Maybe a mask. If Faye can't see any skin, then Faye will not be in any way tempted. It's all about the way I dress, don't you know? Gods.
Ads have now ended. Thank you for your cooperation.
I hate myself a little bit. Let's move on from that. Have you never seen me shout shoulders at silver? I have not. I have not actually seen that. Oh my god. Do you know what's going to happen when you awaken?
If I did, I would already be awake.
When you send me back, I'm not alone. There are voices that speak to me. Some of them are me, but one of them is something else. I call him the narrator, and he wants me to kill you. Do you have a narrator? Have the vessels had one?
No, their minds are empty, existent, but constantly shifting into something new. Do you think your narrator lives in the spaces beyond?
I know where my spleen came from. I'm just wondering why that reminded you of the D&D story. All the time, it's a running joke over there that I became a mod to keep them from having to get my messages out of auto mod jail. I know that joke. He does. I don't know what I'm going to do when I find him.
There's no need for you to know what you are going to do before you do it. If you find him, remember that I'll be waiting for you on the other side.
How many more vessels do I need to bring you?
1. Whatever you bring me next will be enough, and then gravity will pull the others back to me. I will be singular, a final multitude.
This is the last time. Is there anything you would like me to bring you?
These gifts are a conversation, and each one shows me the contours of your heart. The only thing I want to see is what you choose for me when the thread is fully drawn.
If this is the last stage before your completion, then I'm not going back. I'm just going to stay here.
You've already tried waiting, but I understand if you need more time. I'll wait with you.
Wait.
I will see you when you return. What textures will you weave for yourself to occupy forever? Will you place the images of you and I into a box for safekeeping? If you close that box, will you become another you in another world? An imaginary pattern repeating itself until it can no longer bear the weight of its hand-drawn cage? You'll always come back to the box, because you'll always want to know what it means to be you. I will be here waiting by your side until you're ready to return to mine.
And the game closes. That's so fucking wild. So when you said you beat the game, did you mean you finished collecting pieces for her? I came to an ending, yeah. One of multiple, from what I understand. And now I need to wait for the game to fully end before I can even consider opening it again. Whoops. So mild issue. The game did not fully close. And so it still says that it's on, but now it's not responding. So I'm going to go ahead and hit close the program and hope that I didn't just lose all that. Okay, let's go ahead and hit play. The music was from Spotify. It was it was the Slay the Princess soundtrack. Because if it's from the game, I know it's not going to be copyrighted.
You have returned to me.
Oh, there we go.
Though you were gone mere moments, I never left your side.
There it goes. I'm ready to go back.
Next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are. I will be here, waiting for you.
Everything goes dark, and you die. Bring the wraith to her. Yep, I did that.
You're on a path in the woods.
Skip. I've always wanted to off a monarch.
That's the spirit. You may
Skip. Cabin.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to save right here. Because I need this to get right. I can voice activate, or you just verbalize the options like I tend to do. I verbalize them. Take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
So I need the blade. I need to go to the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood.
It would be cool if it was voice activated, though.
Really lives here. Slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous.
Okay, skip. Just checking in on you.
Oh, it's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they'd forgotten about me.
I got the Gertie goose.
Down the stairs.
What? How do you even?
There's a heavy chain around her wrist.
How do you even get that emote?
Basement.
It's so weird.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world? Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
It's the one you can only get with Tier 4 Hype Train contribution. Oh, okay. Let's see. What do I do here? Think. What did I do last time?
That giant knife you're holding kind of gives it away, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, Alex? Alright.
Of course she doesn't want to talk. Who'd want to have a conversation at knife point? We should drop it. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk.
Honk.
Maybe she really is a monster.
I thought you quacked.
Cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
Tighten your grip.
You ignore the trembling in your hands and tighten your grip on the blade.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me? Because you should be.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steal.
And by, I honk and quack.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
What if she isn't bluffing? What if she kills us?
Expecting to die, you're going to die.
Hesitating? Why don't you drop the knife and the two of us can be civilized with each other?
Slay the princess.
You charge the princess, blade trembling in your hand, but you've already lost the battle. She casually sidesteps your thrust before knocking you to the ground with a single blow from her elbow. We shouldn't have hesitated. But she doesn't stop there. She kicks you a few times for good measure, the pointed tip of her shoes feeling like a pickaxe against your fracturing bones, making sure you stay down. As you lie, crushed and broken on the basement floor, the princess kneels on your throat with the kind of weight you didn't think her slight frame could possibly possess. As you gasp for air, she eyes you with an intense curiosity. You shouldn't have let that fear creep into your heart. You had the upper hand, and now look at you.
Yeah, look at me.
Is this really the best you could do? Look at you. Completely broken. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little disappointed.
She applies more pressure, slowly squeezing what's left of your life out of your lungs. This is the end, isn't it? I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Yes! I got it.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Proceed to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. We might as well just pledge ourselves to her and stop pretending we're capable of doing anything in this situation. She probably doesn't even need to try to overpower us. Can we tone down the pessimism just a smidge? I'm not being a pessimist. I'm just being realistic. You're being annoying. Just ignore their bickering, and whatever you do, don't pledge yourself to her. I cannot stress enough how absolutely catastrophic that would be for everyone, yourself included. I agree. If she's wrongfully imprisoned, then we should rescue her, but if he's telling the truth, we shouldn't just hand her the world on a silver platter. Rescue her? Given the stakes of the situation, there isn't really a difference between rescuing her and pledging yourself to her. Either would be terrible. So please try to ignore both of those knuckleheads and focus on saving the world. Let's not make this harder than it has to be.
So this is the chapter I was hoping for. I've done something you will hate and make you cringe. Want to guess? How many tabs do you have open? True definition of being bi is making at least 2 bird noises. Exactly. And the true definition of being pan is the ability to make any and all bird noises. Just keep that in mind. Nice. Chaos, Alex? We love chaos. Sometimes.
If that's what you want, I guess I don't have a say here. The interior of the cabin is larger and more grandiose than its humble exterior would suggest. The only furniture of note is a massive marble altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. Why do we feel so small? We don't feel small. We are small.
Your poor, poor devices. That's so many tabs. Oh, gods. That's not the thing? Is it a Pikachu thing? You didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall.
That's because there isn't a mirror. There's the altar, the blade sitting on the altar, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. Who cares if there's a mirror? We're all going to die anyway, and I'm sure that if we looked in there, we'd just see something sad and miserable looking back at us. We don't need any reminders of what we are. It would only make things worse. For the last time, you're not going to die unless you let it happen. And luckily for you, there isn't a mirror, so no one needs to worry about confronting a grisly visage any time in the near future. Though, for what it's worth, if there were a mirror, I'm sure that you wouldn't find anything sad or miserable in it looking back at you. You probably look perfectly normal. Probably. Do you not know what we look like? He knows. He just doesn't have the heart to tell us.
Socks with separate toes. They have exactly one purpose, which is to be worn with shoes that have separate toes. However, both those socks and those shoes are abominations. Ugh. I literally, I had a shiver go down my spine. Thank you. That is the most disturbing thing that has happened today. Including everything in this game. Remain silent. Approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
I'm wearing them right now. Why?
This really isn't funny.
Let your toes breathe.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin.
Gross.
I hope you know how ridiculous.
Arcade's toes? I mean, I'm not really a feet fella.
Some things are better left unseen.
You are most welcome. Bows. Don't take a bow for that. Give me the frickin' knife.
From the altar. It would be difficult
because my toes are cold.
And save the world without a weapon.
Don't you have blankets? Just cover your toes in the blankets.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a spiral staircase. Its steps almost as deep as you are tall. The smell of incense drifts up from below. For a moment, you almost feel at ease. This is actually kind of nice. It's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her booming voice rolls up the stairs.
Is that a guest I hear? Don't linger on the stairs. Come down and witness me.
You weren't kidding when you said it was booming. She wasn't like this last time. We need to get down there. She wants us to see her. We need to see her. Should we be worried about your sudden change in attitude? Just a few minutes ago you were going on about how pointless everything was. Now you want to go down there. It doesn't matter what that little voice says. He's not the one making the decisions. Though if his ramblings get you to the princess, they get you to the princess.
Come down here and witness me. Are you ready to witness her? Are you ready? You're not ready. I promise. All my other warm socks are in the wash. I already gave you a good solution, damn it. I don't like socks. I'm a barefoot kind of country girl. Valid. And she's a fluffy bunny? Or Santa Claus, right? Oh, honey.
Making your way down the spiral staircase is a time-consuming and exhausting effort, every step requiring you to clamber over one edge before dropping to the next. But soon the end comes into view, and you tumble to the bottom, entering the vast, temple-like room beyond. The princess towers over you, almost glowing in the weak starlight, her figure framed by a stained glass window. Her long hair billows around her, and a chain binds her wrist to the far wall. The chain is nothing to her. It might as well be a toy for all the good it would do. I told you it was pointless to resist her.
The little bird has returned to me. I wonder what he wants. You brought that knife again, even though you know it's useless. Such charming audacity. Drop it.
tone. Well, makes me want to hide. I'm clambering her blankets down. Her blankets are like, Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Step on me, Mommy? Oh, yes. And did you hear her tone? Please step on me. She's not stepping on anything. She is floating. The fuck is wrong with her foot? This one is far forward. This one is far back. She's just floating there. Floating there. Her hair and very sheer dress billowing in the wind that is apparently coming off of her. She is generating wind for dramatic effect. Her tone was like the most dominant dom to ever dom. I most certainly heard it, which is why I want her to step on me. Exactly. It's intense. Generating wind, huh? Listen. I'm gonna be the brattiest brat to ever brat. Whatever she says, I'm not doing. Sounds like another way to say farting. No, Faye. Unless you're into that, she might Dutch oven you. If you're lucky, and that's what you're into. Tighten your grip.
On command, the blade slips from your grasp.
Hold up, what?
To the floor. But we didn't drop it. We decided to grip it tighter, remember? Are you really just going to let that happen to us? I have a duty to report facts as facts, and the fact is that you dropped the blade. Of course we dropped it. She's so much more than us. You wouldn't understand what it feels like to be in her presence. Oh, I understand what's going on, and you'd better snap yourself out of it.
Kneel.
Listen, I'm a sub. We know. No, I'm too stubborn to be fully subby. I gotta snooze that. No, I'm not.
Are you still trying to defy me? I said kneel.
Your legs buckle, and your knees hit the floor.
That's a good little bird. Now, why don't we talk? The last time we met, you couldn't even scratch me. And yet here you are again, trying to succeed where you've already catastrophically failed. What draws you back here beyond the empty halls of death? Speak.
The last time we met, nobody should have met her before this. You should be the first. You're the only one I trust to deal with her.
Then you shouldn't have trusted us. There was nothing we could do to stop her then, and there's nothing we can do to stop her now.
He's being melodramatic, but yeah, we've been here before, and she absolutely destroyed us. What are we even supposed to do to stop her? That's worrying. Whatever you do, don't tell her why you're here. It's best not to give her any ideas.
He was just like, good little bird, and I'm like, breathe. I'm fine. She told me to speak. I shall remain silent.
Do you think holding shut your beak is enough to stop me from prying it open? Do you think your skull can save your thoughts from being seen?
You're less broken than I thought. Perhaps you need another lesson in submitting to your betters.
Pick up that needle.
Do it. It's what she wants. No objections here. I don't know what she's planning, and I don't like that we don't know what she's planning, but we might as well pick up the blade. As your eye falls on the blade, you feel a weight. Some divine hand that sits unperceived by your senses, but that manages to push you towards its desires like an unseen puppeteer.
I can't pick anything except pick up the blade.
You reach forward and grasp the blade.
Stand!
This one's easy. See? This isn't so bad. Okay, yeah. We can do that. We were probably going to stand anyway.
I literally cannot pick anything else.
You can feel a creaking tension between body and will as you slowly rise to your feet, like two foes forced into an unhappy truce. The princess eyes you with soft contemplation. The moment seems to last a lifetime, the silent anticipation of what's to come dragging out the long, painful seconds. But all silences are broken eventually.
To defy me is to claim we stand on level ground. We do not. You are quiet shadow, while I am brilliant radiance. Take that knife in your hand and slit your throat.
What? You don't have to listen to her. You're armed. Just steel your nerves, step forward, and end this. Oh, we'll end this all right. Your hand lifts the blade and brings it towards your throat. Okay, I apologize for the unclear language. End her.
I have two options here. I am saving, because I guarantee I'm going to want to come back to this. I'm going to slay the princess.
Your body is sluggish and unresponsive, actively fighting against you, but you do your best to stagger forward. One step at a time, you move towards the princess.
Slitting your throat would have been a mercy, but it seems you're in need of a harsher lesson. Plunge that knife into your lungs.
I'm sorry. Don't. As you take another step forward, the blade digs into your ribs, slicing through flesh with ease.
Oof.
It somehow feels like an entirely natural.
Oh, the blood splatter.
While the simple act of walking has become an arduous impossibility. Then it slides back out, the wound burning as a small hiss of air escapes through the fresh orifice. Blood fills your lungs.
They make...
Now, do it again.
They make things very...
I give you permission to stop.
Focused on...
These are just words. You don't have to listen to her.
Choice.
It's what she wants. You, heroic one, what are you doing? Don't just let this happen. Stop him from killing you. I'm on it. Your other hand locks around your wrist, struggling to keep it from perforating vital organs. The blade still flails towards you, managing to slice bits of skin that plop to the floor to join the growing pile of blood and gore beneath you. Despite the pain, you manage to keep yourself in one piece, at least for now.
Oh.
What a pitiful display. A wounded little bird thinking it can defy a god. It doesn't have to be like this. It doesn't have to hurt so much. You can choose a gentle end. You can choose to leave that punctured vessel for the next.
Slay the princess.
You can pathetically struggle against yourself until the floor of this temple is painted with the bloody impressions of your futility.
You continue to approach the princess, even as the repeated gouges of your blade expose...
Oh, man.
the open air of the basement.
This is so gruesome.
You know, this would be a lot
I hate the sounds. Hang on. Turning those way down.
My influence only goes so far, and I can only juggle so many things at once. The best I can do right now is to
That's much better.
drive you forward. Believe me, this whole ordeal would be so much easier if I didn't have to contend with free will.
Sounds bad. Yeah.
You're the one making us hurt. She doesn't want to hurt us. She's just doing what she has to.
Oof, death by 1,000 cuts.
Stop.
Yeah.
As you finish crossing the room, you fall to your knees at the princess's feet, your chest heaving as your blood pools in the crevices of the stone floor, the coppery taste coating your throat.
What an angle.
The princess kneels down, lifting your chin with her finger as her face lowers to yours.
Hello there.
Your devotion is misplaced.
Announcement.
You've surrendered to delusion.
Ads have begun. Please stand by.
Something about your defiant spirit speaks to me. You are different than you were before.
What a time for the ad that I could not pause. Oh. Oh, man. That is so unfortunate. Or is it? Because now we get to, have to look at her from this angle for the next minute and a half or so. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely a very unfortunate circumstance that we find ourselves in right now. No ads have stolen Dobby Mummy. Oh man. Yep. Poor Moogle. When Moogle gets back from ads, they will see this image waiting for them. And they will be quite happy, I'm sure. Oh. So, Faye, what do you think of Tommy Mommy? Yeah, she's only like 20 feet tall, you know.
Ads have now ended. Thank you for your cooperation.
Everyone should be back now. Let me know. She can step on me again, yes. Oh.
Perhaps, if you've learned your lesson, I can spare you from the release of death. There's a place at my side for you, if you'll have it. Not as an equal, but as something worthy to be kept. A priest, perhaps, or a pet.
Well, that's demeaning, isn't it? Yes, how thoughtful of her. It's a mercy. Take it. I think he's given up whatever say he had at the start of all this.
Bark, bark, bark!
At least one of you is sane. She's within striking distance, and she's only negotiating now because she knows you have what it takes to put an end to her. Seize the moment before it's too late.
So, Moogle, you want to be her little pet bird? You know exactly which one I want to pick. Oh. Unfortunately, that's not the one I'm picking.
No.
Yes. Though your body trembles, struggling to defend itself in the face of the princess's overwhelming will, you finally manage to break through, darting to her side before she can react. The wind of your freedom rushes through you, and you channel it into a decisive blow, stabbing into the soft flesh of her ankle and severing the tendons in an act of unyielding defiance.
Feet! Feet for free!
She falls to the floor, crashing unceremoniously to her knees. But you don't give her any time to recover. Your heart pounding with determination, you plunge your blade into her chest.
Step on me, mommy.
As you find your target again and again, she laughs, crude emotion breaking through her once stony composure as your blade cuts her flesh.
We can do this, can't we?
You always could. The decision to give you this task was not made lightly. You're here for a reason.
It's not too late to pick up the pieces. It's not too late to toss that blade aside and beg for forgiveness.
Shut up.
I can't believe you would actually strike me. You heathen! You worm! You defiler! You don't know the consequences of your arrogance!
Before you can strike the final blow, the princess lashes out, knocking you off your feet. There's an unsettling wet pop as your spine breaks, numbness and pain spreading through your body. As you rebound towards the ceiling in a moment of disorientated lightness, she drives her fist into your chest. Your body is crushed as she pulverizes you into the floor, the ground itself breaking from the impact. You lie there, broken, beyond pain, unable to even see what she's done to you. But the princess is succumbing to her own wounds as well. She looks down upon her body in abject horror and disgust.
You made me use my hands. I can feel myself twisting into something new, something dull, something defiled. What have you done to me?
You're monsters and conspirators. I can't bear to watch this.
The princess has been nothing but cruel to you. You should feel liberated by her fall.
But I don't feel liberated. I feel empty. Aside from the pain, I feel fine.
She collapses to the floor.
I got an achievement called God Killer.
Unblinking, yet somehow still full of anguish and fear as the two of you perish together.
God Killer, slay your better.
I suppose we were never gonna get a happy ending here, were we?
Don't let those be your final thoughts. You saved the world. That's worth something.
I guess.
Regardless
Ark
of
the
how you
Robot,
feel about it,
God
it's
Killer.
Finally over.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Steam knows that gods fear the ground you walk on. Uh-oh. Chapter 3. Oh boy.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of the path... Okay, what the hell is that?
I think he's upset.
And what's he got to be upset about? We just killed a god!
Exactly. You heathens destroyed the most beautiful thing that...
We could have been her pet.
You're damn right we did. You'll get over it.
I can't say I have much sympathy for you. She was bad for us and you almost got us killed.
You're being too generous. He did get us killed.
Alright, enough chatter. I've got a thing I'm supposed to do, and if you don't mind, I'd like to do it without any more interruptions.
This is such a good track.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path...
Where's the caller?
If your thing is telling us about the princess, don't waste your breath. We know all about her, and it's hardly a path in the woods at this point, is it?
Well, this is just great. Let me cut to the chase. Clearly, you've already been here. Yeah, you think?
Actually, I don't think we have been here. This is all different, isn't it?
Yes, precisely. And if you'd given me 2 seconds to finish my thought, I would have said that. Oh, you're actually letting me talk now. Great. If you've already been here, it means you've seen things you aren't supposed to have seen, and you know things that you aren't supposed to know. This doesn't look like a path in the woods if reality seems distorted. It's because reality is distorted. So you knew this could happen. You knew we'd be able to restart like this. Look, if the world around you is changing, especially all the way out here, then that means you're nearing the point of no return. Whatever happens next, that's it. There won't be any more do-overs. So you'd better take things seriously.
This is fucking wild. Should be on me, bark, bark, my gods.
So what if I'm speaking my mind? It's not like I've ever really gotten a say in things.
So, I'm pretty sure there is another version of Chapter 3 if we did slay ourselves instead of her. So I'm gonna have to find that at some point.
What a crock of shit. Yeah, you stabbed us last time. Repeatedly.
It didn't even work. It doesn't count.
We died! If you didn't submit to her, for all we know, that wouldn't have happened.
It's the punishment you all deserve for not listening to me. To her.
Aside from our sulking friend, I don't think we have much to worry about. You're still the one in charge here, and I don't think that's ever gonna change. Second he tries something, I'll put a stop to it.
You know, the trees look like fingers with claws. Trees being a generous term.
It isn't long before you find yourself at the end of the path, staring up at the cabin on the hill. You'll find the princess within, as I'm sure you already know. End her. That's it? No final words of advice? I'd rather not waste any more time. I'm sure that any advice I'd give at this point is something you've already heard.
If there's still a princess at the cabin, maybe we can salvage things. Maybe if we just grovel and apologize, things can go back to how they were before.
Oh, cut it out, will you? We need to be tough right now, and you're making it so much harder than it has to be, so stop whining.
I don't think I'll do it this stream, Moogle. There's a lot more to go through yet.
The interior of the cabin is a place that feels long forgotten. There was once an elegance to its construction, carved marble columns holding a high arched roof, vaulted windows letting in the weak starlight. But that is how it was. Now there is a growth that has overtaken it. A viscous fluid seeps from cracks in the stone walls, and it congeals into chaotic streaks of writhing nerves and wet clumps of living meat. That's horrible. You did this. The only furniture of note is a pulsating pedestal, a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
There's this trough in the center here that collects all the blood.
A mirror? There is no mirror. We've done this already. Try to keep up. The repetition is maddening. I don't know what to tell you. There isn't a mirror because I would know if there was a mirror. You're either seeing things or you're confused on the definitions of door and mirror. Or you're seeing things. That seems far more likely. What are you trying to say, exactly?
He thinks we've lost it, that we're succumbing to madness, that something in us has broken.
That's an unnecessarily melodramatic way to describe a hallucination, but sure. I'm not going to waste time arguing with any of you. It went away after we touched it last time. Let's just do it again.
Take the blade.
It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
This song is so good.
Good. Nothing feels better than gripping cold steel. You step forward and approach the door to the basement, hesitating before you open it. As if you don't see it. You really don't, do you? How strange. It really is just like last time. Are we really hallucinating? Why here? Why now?
Smash it. Smash it to pieces. It's the only thing keeping us from her.
Don't you want to know what we'll see in there? We won't be able to see anything if we smash it. Nah, I'm with him on this one. Smash it! Let's get violent already. Do whatever you want with it. The mirror isn't real, so how you handle it doesn't matter, aside from wasting dangerous amounts of time.
I have the song on Spotify, so you know. My dad is mowing the lawn again and repeatedly setting off our blink door. Damn.
You bring your fist crashing down against the door leading to the basement.
Rip. Poor Faye.
As if on command, it slowly slides open, scraping against the stone floor, its ancient hinges moaning as it reveals the dim path ahead. Why am I not surprised?
Yeah. I can do that, Moogle.
You step forward into the darkness. The stairs leading down to the basement are at once both narrow and grandiose. A high-vaulted ceiling stretches up into a gloom beyond your sight, while walls wet with tumorous growths press in uncomfortably at your sides. You feel both unprotected and trapped, at once exposed and claustrophobic. The air is thick, its odor an oppressive violence, the metallic scent of fresh blood twisting with the nauseating embers of charred remains. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice, a bellowing rage, roars up the stairs.
Was severing the tendons of my ascension not enough for you? Was it not enough to rend my divine heart? Come, see the horrors you've wrought upon my flesh, and feel my hands set upon your throat.
Oh my.
She's so angry with us. Why? Why did you desecrate her? Why couldn't I stop you?
You've got to stop thinking about her like that. It isn't doing anyone any good. She's not some untouchable god. She's an abomination.
Grab my neck again?
We're going to put an end to her once and for all.
Did you grab your neck with your right hand?
Our fault. If she's an abomination, then what does that make us?
It doesn't matter.
2 for the price of 1.
She needs slaying, and we've got the means to do it, so let's get a move on. If I might interject, you didn't make her into an abomination. She's always been what she is. It's why you're here, and it's why your task is so important.
What the fuck was I thinking, getting 1 tat on the left side of my neck and 1 on the right hand? You were thinking, oh hey, tattoos. Tattoos are awesome. Just why?
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. The chamber's walls are painted in blood.
Oh my.
A deep, sickening red that drips down in clotted streams onto the charred corpses that make up its floor. This place reeks of torment, of ripped skin and burning bone. The princess stands in its center, muscles flayed and bare and weeping, draped in a tattered dress of her own skin. Her heart beats from its place in her open chest.
Do you know what I'm going to do to you?
There's not so much a moment of hesitation before she steps forward. Her chains pull taut, holding fast as she strains against them. The cuff around her wrist digs deeper into her skin. Blood drips from the place where metal meets flesh. And then, with a nauseating sound, the skin tears. It plops to the ground, and she pulls her red, glistening arm free from her bindings.
I just want to point this out. She has bone stiletto heels. Like, the bone of her heel has become a stiletto heel. She is standing on her bones. We turned her from a goddess into a demoness.
She is
Bones aren't supposed to do that. Yes, that is correct.
It's the punishment you all deserve for what you did to her. It's the punishment I deserve for letting it happen.
Screw that. We can win. We've done it before and we'll do it again, only this time we'll make it out the other side. Hell, she's practically done most of the work for us.
She... Like... You guys can't even see it. Hang on. Let me just... Look down here. Right here. That is not how that should be. In any way, shape, or form. Like... It's so... weird. Anyway, there's the robots back. She has horns.
You'll try. And that's what I've been so excited for. Let's hurt each other.
Your heart free of fear, you charge towards the princess, your eyes locked on each other, both of you prepared to lay down your very essence in one blow.
It's now or never. Let's make it a beautiful blaze of glory.
With a horrifying squelch, you are unwound.
The fuck?
I hope you weren't planning on dying. We're going to make this last forever.
Oh my.
I feel cold. I've never felt cold before.
My feathers! True to her word, you do not die by her hand. Nor will you ever. It's time for you to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
And that was the last vessel. You approach the mirror.
This doesn't feel right. It feels different. Final.
Screw the mirror. We just need to find the princess.
I don't want to look at us.
The voices feel small, distant as you approach. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone again. Mirror always makes them leave. But you need to see what's in it. You are nothing at all. But that isn't right. You can't be nothing. You are focus your gaze and then you see it. A figure, faint and veiled in shadow just beyond the reflection. Burb! Well, hang on. Let me just... There you go. Burb! I think I'm going to play me some Scrap Mechanic tonight. That makes sense. You were very excited to see Vandriel playing it. Be playing it. To see Vandriel play it. Vandriel. There we go. I can words. Oh, look, Burb. Okay. Are you me?
I think you know what I am.
Oh, hang on. I need to turn the sound volume back up. A crack slides down the center, and then another crack forms, and another, turning the mirror into jagged shards of broken glass. Hi, Benji. Welcome back. Burb. So, you're the narrator. I was wondering if I'd ever get to see you. Yes, it is a horror, but also a narrative, story-driven game.
The narrator, yes. I suppose that's my job, isn't it? You needed help, after all.
A bird with teeth!
Voice to guide your blade. But you were never supposed to see me. I wonder how many worlds you've damned to extinction to fall this far.
Benji, you came in at the very end of it now. If you're not me, then what are you?
I'm an echo. Likely one of many. Somebody made you, after all, and I'm what's left of him. Not that I'm the only one who can make that claim. I'm sure you've met many others like me.
Yeah, this is the final chapter.
Of course. That is by both necessity and design. This construct you're in exists in many places at once. Any time you failed, any time you thought yourself dead, it would restart and shunt both your consciousness and hers into another world. But you'll be awake soon, and then it won't be able to work like that anymore.
So, Benji, that's a little concerning. You lost 20 times at Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? It's hard questions, especially math. I mean, they shouldn't be any harder than 5th grade math.
Any other version of me you talked to was just that, a version of me. It wasn't me. As to why they lied, perhaps they thought that admitting to it would have pushed you to certain realizations that would have made finishing your task impossible. Maybe they were just in denial. I'm sure many of them were convinced that they had to be the first version of them you'd encountered. Anything else would have been too existentially unpleasant. And for all I know, each of those other versions of me could have had entirely different understandings of how this construct works. Who's to say which of them are right and which of them are wrong, really? Except for me. I can tell you for a fact that I'm right.
I mean, if they wanted you to calculate the mass of the sun, I'm sure they would have given you the numbers for that. I realize that it's just an example, but Ark's quote here, Benji.
Ads have begun. Please stand by.
Well, yeah, wait, hang on. Hang on. Hold, please. Continue to hold. No, you're not going to be quoting anything. I have a quote in Silver's stream that, poor Benji. I roasted Benji so hard. And I have a screenshot of it. I'm going to wait for ads to end, and then I'm going to read that quote. It will be lovely. Mushroom. It's a mushy. If I have enough points to time you out, I will use it. I have enough points to time anyone out. I have infinite points. Do a Benji, see what happens.
Ads have now ended. Thank you for your cooperation.
So, here is the quote. It is quote number 573. Benji, every time you say something like this, I'm hoping it's a joke. But you're entirely serious. And all I can think is that public school has failed you. The next time they want to cut the education budget, I want you to stand in front of Congress and just talk to them for 5 minutes. Benji, I have screenshots of all of my quotes in Silver Stream. Faye. Benji is far too young for you. Damn, that's roast. I know. Poor Benji. Benji, you don't have a job, do you? Once you're 18, age is just a number. I think, however, my favorite quote in Silver Stream is number 417. SNES life, baby! My fucking Super Mario Brothers cartridge got more action than I ever did. Which was also my second quote. My first quote was number 389. Unpopular opinion. Games where you have to sleep suck. I'm playing to get away from reality, not be reminded of it. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Moo, I promise you this. The Super Mario Brothers cartridge got blown far more often than I have ever been blown. Anyway, do you have anything to say for yourself for all of this hubris?
I do. The people out there are real. No matter what you do to them, no matter what you enable, I want you to remember that.
After everything you've done to us, do you think anyone deserves to live?
Nobody alive has done anything to you. I'm all gone. But if you and the princess want to smite the rest of them for the crimes of a dead man, if you really want to be that petty, there isn't much I can do to stop you.
If you want to quote it, you can go ahead and quote it. If you made me, then what am I?
You're the long quiet, the god I made to rid the world of death.
Are you a god? Or were you a god?
No. In life, I was painfully mortal, a witness to the end of days. I held the fear of death in my heart and saw oblivion threaten the very memory of everything.
No, hang on.
Everyone I loved. I needed to do something.
It was not Mario 64. It was Super Mario Brothers. And it's more than I ever did.
So I made you, and I made her, and I made this place to hold you both. Soon I'll be gone entirely, and you'll be left alone with your final choice. So allow me to make my final request. The princess contains death itself within her, but I wove you into being with all the power you need to destroy her forever. Do it. Slay her, and rid the world of death and suffering.
Yep, Super Mario Brothers.
If that's your belief, there's nothing I can say to move you. You haven't died. You cannot die. So you can't grasp the abject horror of dying.
Say nothing and watch him end.
I've said my piece, and my time is up. It's like I said, I'm just an echo, and echoes always fade away. You know what you have to do.
Oh, I didn't notice before that he closed his eye at the very end. Benji, right now, there's no such thing as a consenting adult who is 2 years behind you. I just want you to keep that in mind. And there won't be for another 2 years. The narrator was right. Yes, that is correct, Moogle. Benji, I do know how old you are. Proceed to the cabin one last time. Bring the fury to her. Benji, I don't name other people's ages. That's for them to do for themselves. And there she be.
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me. It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly.
I've missed you too. She unfurls an endless cascade of smiles in response, and then patiently waits for you to continue. Benji, you said it in Silver Stream on your birthday. If I'm remembering correctly, do you know about the Echo? Did you hear our conversation?
Every word you spoke found its way to me. I know him, and I know his construct. He was deluded by his fear of death. Pay him no mind.
So, Faye, let me just... There you go. There you go, Faye. All for you. This is all for you. Just, for you to take in. Boobs and butts and shoulders. So many shoulders. Yeah, Benji still hasn't gotten that far yet. Ark, I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know, the thing on screen. You know, the thing that everyone should probably be looking at. I mean, lesbian orgies are a good time. And then I looked at screen. Yeah. There. Okay. I think that's enough. Is that so? Again, step on me, mommy. So, this is when I tell you that all of those are also her. This is her. These are her. Everything back there is her. I mean, love thyself, yeah. Yeah, but also consider, if she was your lover, all of them could also love you. Bro, the one around her waist, I wish I was her right now. My gods. I'm the long quiet, but I don't really know what that means.
Names are their attempts to capture that which cannot be captured. They call me the Shifting Mound, a pale imitation of what I actually am.
I'd be so tired, but prob die happy. Yeah, probably. She's definitely a little be honest. What happens now?
You're the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it? When the Echo spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes. So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
Oh, guys, Benji missed the tower. Oh, poor Benji. Benji missed the tower. Benji will never know. Never had a multi-person, but this just enforces that want. I'm gonna let you know right now. Anything more than one-on-one is absolutely exhausting. Don't you have a say in all this? Why is this all falling on me?
Of course I have a say in all of this. You and I share reflections of each other's burdens, just as you and I share reflections of each other's gifts. If we didn't, the winding paths that brought us here wouldn't have been full of strife and conflict.
If you were always going to become this, then what was the point of me doing anything? Did it even matter what roads I walked if all of them would have led to this moment?
If you're saying that, it's because you don't yet understand. But we cannot use words alone to grasp at things that words cannot express. And you cannot rationalize with logic that which defies it. Violence and passion are dances that both of us know well. If this is what it takes to enlighten you, then so be it. What is a person? Is it their body? Is it all of their body? Pluck the eyes, peel the skin, strip the tendons, mince the meat, grind the bones. When it is all gone, do you still have who you started with? A person is not a body. Death is a transformation into something new. It is only bodies that feel it.
So, what she's doing is not physically attacking us, but attacking our arguments with the experiences of her vessels that we gathered for her. I am not my body, but I feel my body suffer.
Do you suffer now? Let go of what you think yourself to be and exist.
Ah, the ankle. So many. Nah, not the ankle.
Choosing your path and forfeiting your body. You chose agency. But agency requires action. And action requires an endless tapestry of events. In your final moments, would you remove action itself from reality?
That goes so far beyond skinny Benji. She's literally missing all of the flesh from the bottom of her rib cage to below her hips. Can you say with certainty what shape a world without you will take?
I know what I am, but I do not know what I am not. If a world without me is so unknown, then how can you be so sure you want to create it?
A boundless torrent of blades cuts you from boundless angles.
Oh yeah.
You are gory ribbons. You are a body again. And you feel all of it. On it goes until your bodies are not your thoughts, are not you.
I love this part right here.
Alive, dead, then alive and dead, all at once. You learn to put yourself away, and in your stillness you rose above me. You died countless steely deaths, and you lived countless short lives. And yet it is all so far behind you. I pushed you to a greatness you never would have reached without me. And even then, what we saw was not an ending. When I thought I had reached an unconquerable peak, you showed me how much further I could still climb. Your love tries to stake into your body, and another, and another, and another. Do I miss your heart because I can't stand to see it go?
Benji, it's not just her arms. It's actually entire other bodies of her with hair and arms. And, you know, full bodies. It's wild.
Love melted into skepticism, and you pulled back layer after layer after layer, until all you were left with was the knowledge that you did not know me. You sought the truth then. Will you hide from it, now that it is within your grasp? Then don't. Leave with me. There's no need for you to fight what we are. If you need more time to open your eyes, then I will give you all the time in the world.
As the clash between you abates, the princess relaxes, smiling from a distance. The respite is welcome.
Nothing is immutable. Everything that is exists only in relation to everything it isn't. There is no constant. There is no center. Open your eyes and accept what we are. We can leave this prison together.
I'm actually terrible at those, Benji. I don't know why, but like, I've tried playing Observation Duty, and I'm horrific at it. You've done everything you can to make me understand your perspective, but you keep dismissing mine. If you think you can change me, then I must be able to change you.
What I offer you is not perspective. It is truth.
Whatever you're trying to do right now, you don't have to do it alone.
Which hero are you?
All of them? I assume in the same way that you're all of you.
Where's everyone else?
Still where you left them. Stuck in the folds of this place. Part of me is with them, just like part of me is with you right now. There's still a piece of me nestled close to where it all began. I can take you there. I can take you to her heart.
It's time to resume our dance.
She's relentless, isn't she? Let's make this quick. Are you ready?
No.
Too bad. We're going. Now. And here we are. I'd say we were back where it all started, but I guess it's a little after that, isn't it?
I just got an achievement. What achievement was that?
Need me to describe things? That'd be nice. A little comfort in an almost unfamiliar place. Oh, you made it here too? We never really got to talk to her, did we? This one, I mean.
Oh! This is... Okay, so this is different from the first time that I fucking beat it. So, like, It looks like if you get that far, you come back to meet the first one that you talked to. The first princess. Is it just the three of us? Did anyone else make it to the cabin?
It's just us. I think the rest of them are still out there, jumbled up in the rest of her.
And it's a cabin, Benji.
And I've been here since you left me here. No hard feelings, I'm just glad you're back to see this through.
Is the narrator really gone?
Yeah, it's dead silent in here. Whatever it was that was left of him, I don't think it could handle you waking up to godhood. Pretty sure he got obliterated. Really goes to show how much you've grown up. Killing somebody across every iteration of reality just by existing. I don't even know what I would do if I were in the driver's seat with that kind of power.
Damn. I don't actually know how to feel about him being gone.
Yeah, it's complicated. He put us through hell, but he's been part of us since the very beginning, hasn't he? It's not complicated at all. I miss him. I feel bad that he's gone. Yeah, of course. The interior of the cabin is, well, it's not really a cabin, is it? It's that terrifying blend of everything. Only it doesn't feel so terrifying anymore.
Agree.
It's not shaped like a cabin, it's just different in places. There's still walls, a door to the basement, a table, that knife. Windows. You know, come to think of it, I don't think he ever really included the windows in his cabin descriptions, did he? I always thought they were implied. He never mentioned the mirror either, but that didn't mean he implied it was there. It's gone, though. I think it did whatever it needed to do. And I know you're still trying to find some middle ground, but if things go south, we're going to need that blade.
I think there were a great many princesses slain. However, there were far more of me slain. Far more. That chapter with the razor was intense. Do I take the blade? I don't think so. I'm gonna leave the blade.
No blade it is. I'm not sure what we'll be able to do without it, but your judgment has gotten us this far. If that's what you think is best, then that's what you think is best. I'm just along for the ride at this point.
Knife Bones McGee killed us a lot. Yeah.
Those winding stairs again. But now there's only one way forward. Do you remember the first time we were here? The first time we heard her voice? Yeah, it was a real mess. Stopped being fun pretty quick.
It's okay.
Attention.
You can come down.
Your posture has
The
fallen
stairs
into
won't bite.
disrepair.
Not
Adjust
this
for
time.
proper
I don't
ergonomics.
know what you want from
Your
us,
liquid cooler
but
is
let's
low on
talk.
fluid.
All
Please
of us.
rehydrate your system.
Maybe we can help you find your way.
Rude?
She doesn't sound messy anymore, though. At least somebody here feels put together.
I'm comfortable, though. You're gonna make me change my fucking posture? And you want me to hydrate? I have to pee.
And forward we go. We shouldn't keep her waiting.
Ugh.
That was easy compared to last time. Just stairs. No weird fuzzy stuff or nonsense trying to pull us apart. Yeah, that wasn't so bad.
I did.
So you didn't bring the knife. After all the lives we've lived together, and all the lives we haven't, you somehow found a way to move outside of the script.
I just had a full
Are we missing
bowl full of edamame. Damn. I never got the chance to talk to you before you were taken away. Not you at least. I'm sorry for what I did to you.
It's okay. No hard feelings. In a way, you helped us become a version of her, but we weren't very good at it. I don't think a conversation with us then would have been very insightful. That's probably why we were taken away. That's all we had to offer you. It was time to change again.
After all we did, she's just forgiving us. Just like that. You know, that means a lot.
I don't think I want to be a god.
Hard agree. Seems overrated. Too much pressure.
But that's what you've always been, even now. You can't put aside such an important part of who you are, and neither can we. So, you might as well embrace it.
None of this was ever really fair for either of us, was it?
Is it unfair if it's our fault?
Was it not? We found you at the end of all things, and you found us. Is that not fair? Would this moment be what it is without the pain that built to it? We know we must sound like her, but it's how we feel. Everything that happened to us seems so important now. We walked a long and winding path together, and we've cherished every second of it.
Besides, I don't think fairness has much to do with anything.
So good to finally see you again.
It is, for all of us. We've seen so many threads of stories told between us, but this moment is unexpected. Even when we've seen it all, you still managed to surprise us.
What if we just leave?
He'd hate that. So you should do it. Even if he isn't here anymore, it's the spirit of the thing.
Leave? But what would happen if we left with you? Would we exist inside ourselves? Are you sure you want to find out if that's possible, or what that would mean for you? Is that what you want?
Take their hand in yours.
After so many iterations, so many different versions of us clashing and coming together and clashing again, leaving with you feels like all we ever really wanted.
I think I'm gonna stay right here. Whatever you're doing right now, wherever you're going, Yeah, I think we've done our job.
What do you mean, Faye? What do you mean? Hands clasped together, you and the princess leave the basement behind for the last time. It's quiet as you send, a comfortable silence filling a space that used to be flooded with violence and words and noisy thoughts. I'm out of snoozes, and the ad begins in less than a minute. But there's an energy in the silence, an electricity, the anticipation of the unknown. At the top of the stairs, the princess stalls, her eyes fixed on the cabin door. You feel their hand tremble in yours. They're unsure of themselves for the first time in their long and short existence. They have no part to play anymore, and they know this, yet they still are. And then they cross the room to the door outside, pulling you excitedly with them.
We can feel the threads of all the stories we've told together, all pulling us back down the stairs and into those chains where we know the outcome of everything that could ever come to pass. It's comfortable there, but it's confining. We want more. We want whatever might be on the other side of this door. Something new that we'll experience together, with someone who exists outside of us.
Good timing. because the ads are about to run.
Announcement.
And there they are.
Begun. Please stand by.
Now I gotta click it when I have 10K just to see what that is. You know, I think you will either be very disappointed or you will be the least disappointed. There is no in between. You'll either be the most or least disappointed. I don't think I've ever had anyone redeem it, actually. So, that's something. I'm not gonna spoil it for you, though. I'm not gonna do it on my own. I'm gonna wait. If you think those are crazy, though, you should should see some of the ones that I have in the bits for sound alerts. If I still have, do I still have the sound alerts extension? I think I do. Yeah, you'll see some that cost an obscene amount of bits because, oof. Some people just stupid call and try to lie to me. Don't they know you can't lie to a Pisces? What does that mean? What does being a Pisces have to do with anything? My gods. I know they're living so fast. I can feel it.
Oh. Thank you for your cooperation.
Welcome back, everyone. Oh, they're lying so fast, not living so fast. Okay.
With someone who can see us in a way we can never see ourselves.
Neither of us knows what it's going to be like out there.
And that is why we're here. We can't wait to see it with you.
And then we both open the door together. That was the worst time for an ad. If it had been like a minute later. Also, all of the voices, the narrator and all of the voices in your head, same guy. All the same guy. And that is the most impressive bit of voice acting. Yeah. Dude's got hella range. Homie could do anything he set his fucking mind to, I swear. And this right here, this is a playlist designed off of my playthrough from the OST. Every time you go, you do a playthrough, it'll pull this up and it'll show you all of the different songs from the OST that were in your game. And that will be our song here. And that was Slay the Princess. One of many endings along one of many paths. I just want to thank everyone for popping in and showing up. I appreciate it. Someone drove through the door to the L Street location. Oh, shit. Thank you for the stream, of course. Well, remind me not to drive down there anytime soon. Yeah, no problem. I'm gonna go ahead and start a raid. I feel like this is going to be the best use of my raid. We're all gonna go see Adam. Shh, don't tell him. Don't tell Adam. We're gonna go see him because he's playing Doki Doki Literature Club. He's playing Doki Doki, and I feel like that's just same vibes. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. All right. Here are the raid messages. I think... Did I set this up? Yeah, here we go. Or we can also do this. This is Frosty Tools making a raid message for us. And just in case you get left behind, there is a